Alright, check 1 2, check 1 2, and my throat is acting up right now. Just a second. Alrighty then. Yeah. Hey guys, welcome to the stream. My name is Ruka. And if you saw the waiting room for the Sword of Convallaria stream last week, it's not here. It's not here. We're not doing Sword of Convallaria for probably a very long time. I'll explain that here in a bit, but how's everyone doing here? Welcome, welcome everyone. But yeah, I'm so here's the thing. I guess let's just address that one really quick. Sword of Convallaria honestly ate up a little bit of too much of my time. Way too much of my time each day to do the dailies and keep up with everything. And there's like a ridiculous amount of very short events that they've been pushing since release, and I can't keep up with all of it. And amongst other issues, I suppose I just did not vibe with the game. I wanted to like it. I actually did. I did want to like it, and it's too much of a grind at the end of the day. So until that gets better, I'm probably not gonna touch it for a while. So yeah, are they dragging it out for more to be written? No, there's actually too much. There's actually too much. You have apparently 3 different factions that you can do for the story, and then for each of the factions there is at least 2 endings. 2 endings, and it takes it's basically a full-length game for each route. If you take each route to be, I think what I've heard from some people that I've hang out with in a gacha server, Each one, I think, is roughly 6 or 8 sections, and each section is about 10 weeks. So the amount of time that we've been spending on stream, and then each of those 10 weeks is about 4 hours long. So what does that total to? That totals to about 24 to 32 hours, which is quite a bit for one route. And half the gameplay there is literally just managing the town and finishing fights and doing all that, to be honest, which is not bad. It's not bad if you wanted that kind of gameplay. I was there mostly for story, and there is story. To me, it's fine the way they did it. It's a little sparse, personally, but it's fine as far as the pacing goes. The thing that really got to me, though, was the amount of events that were happening, the time it took to basically do a lot of stuff. I think I was spending anywhere between 1.5 to 2+ hours each day just trying to get caught up for that day, and the timer for the stamina is not very merciful. Let's just say it's not very merciful. So because of time issues mainly, and vibe issues secondly, I'm just not gonna continue it. Yeah, that's basically what it is at the end of the day. Like I said, I wanted to like it, but oh well. So instead, I decided to come back to a different game that I did vibe with very much. I don't remember why exactly I dropped it initially, but it hasn't been that long, maybe a month or two, since I dropped Reverse 1999, which is what we're going to be doing today. But this game, if I have to summarize it, is basically all about vibes. It's basically all about vibes. The event stories and even main story sometimes don't make sense. Let's just say sometimes it doesn't make any sense. And we might see a little bit of that today. I don't know. I haven't checked out the event that's going on today. Well, for the next foreseeable future. I think it's like 30-ish days for one event, but it's like broken up into multiple parts, the stuff that you do during that. So the plan is to go through the event today, or as much of the event today, and yeah, just basically showcase it to you guys. Yeah, this is another gacha, but and this is more, I guess, supposedly a traditionally structured gacha, though like I said, it is mostly about vibes, and you will see that very, very quickly once we get into this. Also, unlike other gacha games, by the way, this is, as far as the language is concerned, this is English first as far as dubbing. When it was initially released in China, this is a Chinese game first. When it was initially released in China, it was also dubbed initially in English. Why English, you might ask? It's because, like, the vast majority of characters are, I guess, like I said, the game is about vibes, and the vibe is very European, even American in some cases, and also a little bit of other nationalities here and there. So that's why it is what it is. But I think it's unique in that respect. I don't say that badly. I just think it's interesting because a lot of times when you play most of these kinds of games, it's usually Japanese audio is the preferred audio for most people, but here it's actually English that's preferred to listen to. Yes, they do have a Japanese audio. Yes, they have a Chinese audio. Yes, they do have a Korean audio even. But those came much later, before the English did. So, yeah. Anyway, let me just get into let me just actually get into the lobby here. And
Привет, Miss Vertin. I'm arranging the travel notes from the last trip. Well, yes, sometimes it's hard to identify what I have written, even for myself.
yeah, that's a little bit of a flavor of what you might expect as far as the dialogue here. It's quite interesting, to say the least. Anyway, meet Yenisei. Yenisei is she's from, I think, Russia. Let me just get the overall plot of the game out of the way really quick. Basically, what's happening in the game overall is that for some reason or another, time is flowing backwards. When they reached the year 2000, time started to flow backwards. And when time started to flow backwards, people started disappearing. And then, if they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, people started disappearing.
Time is like a cold river flowing rapidly. Whoever falls into it doesn't have a choice of the direction they will be going. I feel the same helplessness when you remain silent.
Excuse me, I was just talking to people. Let me just go over here so that I don't get interrupted by her. She's a little bit snippy. Yenisei's a little bit snippy. But yeah, anyway, like I said, it's mainly vibes. It's mainly vibes, and I wanted to at least give the event a try for streaming. Thankfully, this is basically 100% voice acted as far as the events and main stories are concerned. Some side stories for certain characters are not voiced, but it is 100% voice, so my voice today can get arrested a little bit. But yeah, also another thing, I guess I should have also opened with this when I first got into the stream today. You may have noticed that I have put out a video not long before I started the stream today. I didn't do much editing. Basically what I did is, as soon as I got home, I sat myself down in my chair, booted up the computer, and loaded the trailer for the Atelier game that was announced today, and quickly made a reaction video. I was notified by several people in Discord, hey, there's an Atelier game being released today. It's like, oh wow, I wasn't expecting an announcement of that today, but I was hopefully, it's like, I was kind of wondering to myself, hey, isn't there supposed to be another game released today, this year? Because Gus, the developers, release an Atelier game nearly every single year. I say nearly because it's not always consistent. It's usually between 1 to 2 years, and it just so happens today was the announcement. So I basically tried to avoid the trailer as much as possible while I was on Twitter. And then once I got home, watched it, and then you can see the rest of the reaction videos when you have time. And it took like I guess roughly a little bit more than 10 minutes to record that. And then another hour just to edit the video. Very minimal editing as far as the video is concerned. So I just kind of slapped that all together, made the thumbnail really quick, and then put it in the channel. I probably could have waited a little bit after the stream to do that, but when it comes to like these first reaction stuff, sometimes you just gotta get it out really quickly. And I said what I had to say. I said what I had to say. The feeling right now, as far as the new Atelier game, Atelier Yumiya, I think is the title. It's a single character. Now you might get companions along the way, but it's feeling very Breath of the Wild, as in you only have one character and they're pretty much doing everything. And that is unusual for an Atelier game, but as I said in the video, Gust, the devs who make the Atelier series like to experiment between entries of the series. So whenever you play the Arland series, it's gonna feel very different from Ryza. Ryza itself is very different from everything else that came before that, and so forth and so forth. So I'm kind of interested which way they're gonna go with this, and yeah, it looks really good already just from the trailer that we saw. So I was kind of thinking also if I should have just canceled the stream today and did a Nintendo Direct reaction stream instead, but it's like I didn't really care much for anything else that came out during the during the Nintendo Direct, and it seems like most people were either fixated on the Tales series or I guess Yakuza Kiwami, which is the remake for Yakuza 1, got ported to the Switch for some reason. Like, I didn't realize it could even be ported to the Switch. Now, I don't know how graphically intensive Yakuza is, but it's still a surprise to see it be on the Switch and not, just stuck in Steam. Yakuza Kiwami is originally I want to say, so the original is probably a PS2 game, but the remake is probably a PlayStation 3 game. So maybe if they had to adjust anything, the frame rate might be lower, but I think the Yakuza series does run 30 FPS normally anyway. And it's not like it's the most what do you call this? It's not like it's the most rendered game ever. It still has a little bit of I mean, it's not like cutting edge 3D or anything like that. Not like some other AAA games, but I'm still curious how it's going to handle it, because there's a lot of stuff typically on the screen at one time. If it's not enemies, it's things you can pick up and throw, and then there's the heat actions. I don't know how optimized those are, at least for the Switch. They seem to work pretty well on PC, at least when I did Yakuza 0, but I don't know if Yakuza 0 was made before or after the Kiwami remakes. So, yeah. Should be interesting to see. Which reminds me, I should probably do the Kiwami series, or at least Yakuza 1 and Yakuza 2 went at some point on the channel. But so far, I only have 0 in here, and that's okay for now. That's okay for now. I have other stuff I need to go through first anyway. So, but yeah, for today though, we are going to be going through the event story for this one. And I hope Yenisei doesn't chew me out again. But here is the event. We're going to be doing this. And I'm going to shrink myself. I'm going to shrink myself right over here. Even though I don't have to read anything, there's still text down there. There's still text down there that might be helpful to see. Let's see. Ignore the red dots. I did these earlier, I think. I might want to... yeah, let's complete that for now. I was doing some other event stuff. And I forgot I had a timer on those. So, let's see. Mains bulletin. This is a boss rush thing over here that I've... not all of it is unlocked currently. But I did. There is a boss rush thing that you can do for extra items and such. But the actual event is not this one. Oh crap! I'm gonna have to do this one really quick off stream because there's only like a day and 10 hours left on this thing. So we're not gonna see that. Instead, we're gonna see the actual main story, which is this thing. They do have a trailer for this, so let's go ahead and watch the trailer really quick, because I don't think I actually saw the trailer. I just kind of skipped it, so I can look at now. All right.
That navy blue color. It's a mutant. So that's why they've sent me here. Something is wrong with this town.
Rayashki is a town on an island near the North Pole. Peaceful and free from strife.
Rayashki, where are we? Are we still in Russia?
The town has prospered from mining ore.
But that ore has now run dry. And without the ore, Xeno will no longer support us. Comrades, it is time to leave.
That was probably still Russia, right? Yeah. Like I said, the game is like pretty much all about vibes. Even including this. It's very much a story. The event stories and even some of the main stories, you can kind of almost treat them as standalone. But the main stories, chapters, at least connect to each other. But these event stories happen independent for the most part.
Town's energy map.
Outside of everything else.
Here, we might find new resources.
This is amazing! Are new rocks growing out of the dirt?
You found a new way out for us.
This is our last hope. To protect our dreams and unite our people. For our land, for our future. Comrades, we march.
And as you might have guessed, these trailers kind of play like movie trailers. I'm not sure if you got that feeling, but I was reminded how it kind of feels like that. Put on heavier clothes, the snow is falling. We're also in, what, close to the North Pole in Russia? Close to Russia? So, yeah. You don't see it right behind me because I'm covering it. Not this one. This one. As you can see, we have a little bit of acrylic letters on here that also say enter. So very much adapting to where we are currently. Anyway, let's get on and get started with that. Let's see, where am I? Where we're here? Welcoming ceremony. I am not going to be speaking for the most part because it is dubbed. I don't have to do the voice acting. But I will pause the dialogue every so often if I have to comment on something. So yeah.
I once traveled to a small town called Rayashki. It was located high up within the Arctic Circle, and it was frigid cold all year long.
Wait, not Russia?
After my visit there, I traveled to many more places. From Zealand to the Balkan Peninsula, my journey went on and on. But above all other places, I kept finding my thoughts returning to that little town, to its incandescent lights glowing in the long dark of the polar night, to the shared dream of the people there. I got this picture book from Rayashki. It is a children's book, a thin one at that, but the story inside has the power to warm a frigid heart.
I thought it was a
Once opened,
brochure.
wells of bright
pamphlet for some
primary
reason.
colors run into one another and flow up onto my palm. I found myself returning to it during stormy days when I was stuck at home.
Guess this is a flashback story. Farewell, Rayashki. The friend from afar.
This is a story about honest and ordinary people.
So yes, it is a flashback. Got you. Haven't seen much Russian movies, or any at all, so I don't know how this is gonna work out.
The swans are dancing in a circle. Their arms go back and forth. Vila and the swans have done this dance almost 20 times last week. She taught the swans all their beautiful moves.
I don't see no swans.
Swan Lake is the best ballet ever. I remembered Mr. Evgeny once said so. He also said the tortoises would come to watch the show. But why would tortoises want to watch Swan Lake? Vila says she doesn't like the tortoises. She likes knowledge. I don't know much about knowledge. But I think Miss Vila's always right. Only between you and me? Vila smells like seaweed and coral. But those are happy smells to me. I think she must be the princess of the ocean.
Seaweed and coral is not
But
something
she tells
positive for
us
most people.
She is not
Funny
special.
it is here.
And that everyone here is equal, no matter if they are a princess or a swan. That we all have 2 feet and 10 fingers.
Child knows too
And if
much.
we all work together, we can build the beacon to the future. I hope in the future we still get to sing and dance. When we are not building beacons.
A beacon.
Nina's
What
favorite
beacons?
food is called alonka. It's a chocolate bar. She used to cry a lot whenever she made a mistake with her dancing. But then Vila talked to her, and now she doesn't cry so much. One time, she danced very, very perfectly. So, Vila gave her a piece of an alonka bar. I believe she will be a great dancer. If she doesn't get too nervous on stage, then she could have even more chocolate. I wish I was like her. I want chocolate too. But I'm not a swan like her. And now, there's never any Alyonka in the canteen's cupboard.
Well, that's a shame. Must be hard to get supplies all the way up there in the Arctic. Just saying.
Now Nina is the swan princess. The most prettiest of all swans.
Oh my gosh, actually Swan Lake music.
Basono is the swan prince. He is a nice one, and he has many, many swan friends. And Piotr is the evil sorcerer, a black swan. Nobody wanted to be the bad guy, but Piotr doesn't mind. He is very serious and always bossy to everyone, so he doesn't have many swan friends. Piotr just wants to do his job as perfectly as he can, because he loves our town. Now, Avgust is not a swan, but he also loves his town. Then there is a little mouse who moves as quickly as the blowing wind. Will it be our new visitor? What was it that Vila said about new visitors? I don't remember now.
I gotta say though, even though it might be fake Russian accent, the accenting for the English voice acting is pretty nice. August? How do you say this? August? August puts down his paper, returning to the world of noise and people. He looks around for a familiar face.
Villa!
The boy slips through the crowd until at last he finds that face, looking over a snowy field. Oh, there she is. Oh, that's Villa.
Reporting to you, Comrade Villa. I have a very important question.
Well, then go ahead, little Comrade Avgust.
How should we receive the new visitors coming to town? Maybe we can welcome them with Yanka? Or friendship? Or maybe something else?
We will welcome them with white snow, with smiles on our faces, and with welcoming arms we use to achieve our dreams, as we do for everyone who comes here, little comrade.
Are we in the Soviet right now? Is this Soviet era?
It's always good to ask questions. But don't forget your task today, all right?
She's got a fang. Wait, hold up. She's got a fang.
Oh! I won't. My drawings are important.
Sounds like
But
corporate.
Villa says entertaining our new friends is also important. Which one comes first?
He holds up his cluttered drawing board.
After the swans have flown away, Evgeny will go up to the stage. Evgeny is not an evil sorcerer, but he knows a secret magic that makes everyone's tongues hide in their mouths. He is not so much a bad person, I think. Evgeny's shadow is very long, but no one, not even my sunflower, can explain why. Evgeny walks heavily onto the stage. His appearance comes without any applause.
A tall figure reaches the podium. Oh, this is Afghani. It looks like an officer, actually.
We have received a telegraph. Xenos investigators will arrive here in Rayashki tomorrow afternoon. And we will be hosting a welcome ceremony.
Something different in this town, finally. The crowd is silent in reply.
I understand your concerns. I know you don't want Xeno to interfere with your lives, nor do you want their troops stationed here. And I would remind you that they have honored their side of the deal for decades now.
I think they were mentioned in a different part of the story. I don't remember exactly what they are, though.
We give them runium ore, and they supply us in return. It should be as simple as that.
Knut. How do you say
Always
that?
it has been this way, since my grandfather's time.
Times have changed, Comrade Knut. In the old days, Xeno used to pay us generously for mining this runium, because our ore was necessary for their arcane combat vehicles. But now, we have nearly exhausted all our mines. You know this better than I do.
That's what happens with a mining town. You're gonna run out
But
eventually.
isn't there some other work we can do? Already we build our own houses, and now we even grow our own crops.
He's right. Why must we work with Xeno if we could feed ourselves?
Yeah, I think we're in Russia. I'm pretty sure we're in Russia.
Comrades, calm yourselves. Evgeny is doing this for everybody's sake. Have you forgotten about those little monsters? Is there anyone left on our defense team that hasn't been injured fighting them?
The audience falls quiet. Evgeny seizes on the momentary pause.
It is as Comrade Nikita said. The critters are running rampant these days. Not only have they occupied most of our minds, some have even found their way into the town. Do you really think we can protect our people with our small defense team? Don't you care about your neighbor's safety? Do you want to keep Rayashki an isolated town just to let it die?
Rayashki is more than an isolated town, Yevgeny. And we all know that.
Sec. I need to point some stuff out with her. So, I guess the kid said she smelled like seaweed and coral. And if you look a little bit closer at her, she does seem to have some scales on her face, on her neck, on her arms. So I'm guessing she does come from the sea. Maybe a mermaid or something, I don't know. And she's got a little fang over here, which is unusual in this game. It's not a thing that anyone typically has unless you're a dog. And there is a dog, a playable dog in the game. So last I checked, she is not a dog.
But this is the
so far
reality
as I can tell.
we all must face now.
The scales on Villa's face rise involuntarily. Oh, wait, what is it? Involuntarily. Okay, so I guess everyone knows that she has scales, if they're mentioning it here. Workers, cooks, security personnel. Soon, all of Rayashki has joined in.
Comrade Yevgeny, it was your idea to turn to these Xeno big guys for help, but you never even asked what we think, did you? So you can't blame us for disagreeing now.
I'm doing this for your good.
His assurances did not seem to have much impact on the crowd. A cold wind passes across the square.
We can take care of ourselves.
She has more to say, but as she moves to speak, her scales stand on edge and shiver audibly. She holds up her hands, signaling to the crowd. There is a scent on the wind. Danger. I think it says danger. Yeah, danger is near. Here's the danger, these guys. Is he a mayor or is he just in charge of security? I think he just is probably in charge of the town. You know, like an outpost town, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. A horde of hairy... Wait, there's a horde of hairy what? A horde of hairy critters burst into the square? Okay. She picks up a wooden chair to fend them off. Oh, she actually went for the chair right away.
On it.
Goes for the chair. Okay. Oh. I guess, let me put together a team for this one. Okay. Since this is just a regular stage, I don't think I need to worry too much about this. But let's do this. She goes for chairs and isn't afraid of anything. Yeah.
Finally, some interesting work.
Alright. I guess I could do auto, but I kind of want to see what she does here. Where are her skills? Oh, she's a buffer, it looks like. Oh no, that's not her. Never mind. She does have a buff, though.
I hear something.
What does this do? One target buff. Song of Generosity. Target for 2 rounds. What do the songs do? I guess we're gonna find that out.
I will remember your sacrifice.
Oh, she's a support. That explains some
Whose heart
things.
is beating so loud? Oh?
I basically have 3 supports on this team. Little lacking of DPS here. Not that it matters, because this is just the early stages. But still.
I hear something.
Oh, she actually does not have any attacks. It's just a heal and a buff. Interesting. Crit rate, damage. Ah, got you.
Easy.
Gonna have to
have guns. It's called common sense.
If she shows up again later, I'm gonna have to do something about that. Alright, well, easy enough. They flee in panic. If nothing else, the attack served to bring the town together again, if only for 10 minutes.
I salute your sense of smell, Comrade Vila. We could have suffered much more severe consequences without your forewarning.
Handshakes and salutes are shared, their dispute now absent from anyone's mind. Really?
Think
That's all it
nothing of
took?
it. It's just a reflex reaction when there's danger nearby.
She touches her scales, pressing them down until they settle. At least, I guess everyone knows she's a mermaid.
But this incursion has proved my point. We need Zeno's help. The other townspeople are not gifted with your set of talents. We are all vulnerable to the growing dangers. Wouldn't you agree? I only ask you to put yourself in their shoes.
He speaks softly, evenly, but even so, the words land like a heavy blow.
Your criticism is valid and well accepted, Comrade Yevgeny. Perhaps I could agree with your plan. Provided Zeno's presence is a temporary one, we just don't want them to change things for us here.
I feel that. The atmosphere in the square moves from joyful to serious as the meaning of their words takes hold.
I'm glad that you have finally come to realize what is best for us. Zeno is known for their rigorous methods and rational decision-making, and they are committed to maintaining peace around the world. I'm sure they will make the right decision. They trusted us to supply their ore, and we have faithfully played our part in supporting them. Thanks to our help, Zeno has successfully tackled many international issues. It has always been them and us together, fighting for a better world.
When he puts it that way, he is right. We should be proud of our cooperation.
Even with that punchline, Knut's deep belly laugh breaks the tension.
Therefore, we will show our appreciation to Zeno for the contributions they've made to the world with our help. Now let's continue our rehearsals.
I'm guessing they're putting the Swan Lake play for the welcoming party? Okay. As the adults return to their duties, a sharp-eyed child notices that someone is missing.
Have you seen August? I can't find him.
He was just here earlier.
Strange. Where did he go?
Looking for a new Linka left in the cupboards, I'd bet. He's always breaking the rules, doing whatever he wants.
They're gonna get screwed vibes. Yeah, I mean, we just started, but it's probably gonna happen.
He's one of us.
Peter? Is this how you say Peter in Russian? Pyotr lowers his hands, his face crumpling, until at last he lets out a grumbled fit for a bear.
Yes, you're right. I just wanted everyone to do their best, even him.
Don't worry, kids. We will find them.
Vila pats Nina's shoulder softly.
A child is missing, Comrade Yevgeny. I suggest a temporary suspension of our rehearsals.
Evgeny murmurs a half response until he catches the weight of her words.
It must be that strange kid again. He is always sneaking away like this.
Avgus has no small trouble in the past. Has been no small trouble in the past. Evgeny frowns, but Vila's determined glare tells him no is not an acceptable answer.
He's only trying to understand the world in his own way.
He's a special kid, apparently. He's a special kid. Which, by the way, I think I should mention for anyone who's not familiar with this game, there are technically two races of people in this world. One are humans, the regular humans that you and I know, and another set are Arcanus. Arcanus can basically look like any other human. However, what separates Arcanus and actual humans, normal humans I guess, is that Arcanus have a set of special abilities, and the abilities can range from very, very minor things to a little bit more extraordinary. In this case, Vila. Vila, the mermaid, would probably be considered an Arcanus because she's a mermaid, I suppose, and she has a different set of abilities that regular people do not have. So think of it kind of like in Harry Potter terms. There are wizards and non-wizards. So yeah, or in X-Men terms, mutants and non-mutants. However, here's the thing. Regular humans cannot be Arcanus. They can learn arcane skills, but they cannot be Arcanus. It's a racial thing. Technically a racial thing. So yeah. I guess we can put it on those terms. And also another quirk of Arcanus is they tend to think a lot differently than regular people. A lot of Arcanists tend to be more into mysticism and that sort of thing compared to regular people are in this game. So if they seem like they're weird, they act like they're a little bit weird, that's probably why. And this August kid is probably an Arcanus because he's acting a little special compared to the rest of the kids. Anyway, the question of where their curious little dreamer has disappeared soon becomes a true conundrum. Where'd he go this time? As they're searched through the dockyard, the post office, and even the town phone booth reveals no trace of him. This is, of course, because he has assigned himself a more critical mission, welcoming newcomers. A difficult task, especially when it leads him so far away, but he's not alone. His sunflower hops along with him. I'm guessing the sunflower is
Vila once said that sunflowers mean warmth, and that makes them everyone's friends. They would warmly welcome every guest that comes to town. Just like my best friend here, right?
Does the sunflower talk? He raises a sunflower in his hand and whispers softly to its petals while he can talk to it.
Best friends. Everyone should have a best friend.
He then picks up the pendant. Following his whispers, the pendant emits a faint glow. How is a sunflower even all the way up here in the Arctic? I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to survive all the way up here. Oh, he's a happy kid.
Alright. Now here are big friends, small friends, many friends. So that our new guests won't feel so lonely when they come.
Don't feel so lonely when they come. The small footprints continue forward through the snow, imprinting over older, larger steps. He has nearly caught up with Rayashki's newest guest. Which are these things?
I've never seen such a highly
not
mutated
these things.
Ichirak before. I would have missed these precious research opportunities if there weren't a gathering in the town.
If it was Yoko Taro, the kid would not be here
seems like
anymore.
Life has been good to you and your theory.
She stares intently at the beast in front of her, her written notes hardly keeping pace with her whispered observations. I'm guessing it's whoever's, Oh, this is Windsong. Got you.
The disorder in ley energy here has not only caused the exhaustion of the Runian mines, but has also mutated local critters to varying degrees. Then Xeno was right. No wonder they have sent so many researchers here to look for abnormalities. Even the crank ones like me.
And then the kid
It's
just
obvious that
sneaks
this town
up.
has more to it than a handful of overly active critters.
Nah, I'm pretty sure it's
They don't seem
overmining.
especially interested in the mutant ones either.
I'm pretty sure that the mines are going low because of overmining.
Dina, what were you looking for here?
And the kid is just casually, like, behind her. She didn't even notice. A sudden movement passing under her coat brings her out of her monologue. What is going on here?
Hey, let go! Let go of my leg!
Heck, kid?
Strange. You're not a fox, and you're not a sable.
Sniffing someone's leg, really? The appearance of this unknown child brings at first confusion,
Hey,
followed
kid,
swiftly
what
by
are
panic.
you doing?
Panic is appropriate. She picks herself up, dusting off a small flurry of snowflakes. Unfortunately, Windsong is not the only one startled. A hat with a snowman face? I think it's either that or a bird.
It seems
I
to
can't
not
quite
apply
tell.
to their mutant kin.
Rugged antlers aim squarely at the researcher. I'm guessing it's her. The creature's nose puffs with each aggravated breath. We getting a little demo about her? Nope, no demo. Okay, well I'm just gonna use the regular team then. I'm just gonna have it do auto for now, because I don't really need to think about this too much.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Now it does get tougher, but these are the early stages, so not so tough right now.
Illusion is enough. Victory? Okay, but what does it mean to us?
Природа — это числа и черты.
Does anyone understand Russian?
Are you building blocks here?
Нет. The kid is so out of it, really. The startled Ijirak runs off into the distance.
Whew. Lucky for us, it seems to still be afraid of the dark like the rest of its kind. It's finally over.
Her satisfaction fades as she takes stock of her surroundings.
Oh, my materials!
Wow. You are the most.
What do you mean most, kid? His little hands struggle to reach any higher. He pats the freezing hand off the researcher.
You drove away all the bad critters and protected everyone. The swans on the stage, the big burning furnaces in the factory, and even the uncle sleeping in the mine with Papa. I think they would all give you a big thumbs up.
Huh?
Don't worry, everyone's confused. She sighs. Wait, what did it say? She sighs, resigned that she must now deal with her uninvited guest. I think she's the uninvited one here. Though in fact she is the one here uninvited, that's what I was about to say.
You can call me Windsong? Just to be clear, I'm not a spy, kid. I'm just a traveler staying in town for the moment.
That's what they all say. Where your papers at? She casually raises an identification card in her hand. A card adorned with a familiar sunflower pattern.
But I have never seen you before. Do you also like the rest in the water? Like Villa? Do you also have a beautiful blue tail?
His strange questions prove difficult to parse, even one at a time. But the little boy circles around her, unleashing more in salvo after salvo.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm certain that I am not what you think I am, little fellow. I am a researcher. We often stay in quiet corners when we work on a project, so you won't see us often. Understand?
I don't think he understands.
Researchers? Like those people on TV? I saw them stand on a tall stage with flowers in their arms. They spoke a lot and cried. And then they were given a shiny medal. Villa said the medals were to praise them for being very clever.
What is that, a Nobel Prize or something?
Can I see your medal?
No medal here. She does not have a medal. This last salvo penetrated deep. Winsong's face twitches unnaturally. I think she knows what he's talking about, and it's like, nope, no prizes here.
Oh, the crystal on you looks stunning. It looks purer than those in the mine carts.
Her gaze centered on it, a beautiful crystal hanging on the boy's neck. A chance possibly to stop his barrage of questions.
Of course. Papa gave it to me.
His small chest swells with pride.
It is precious, but also very dangerous. A crystal like this is almost as volatile as undiluted runium ore. They use this stuff for war machines. Kid, listen to me. Put that away. Go home now and don't let anyone see it. Understand? It could stimulate the critter's appetite.
They're gonna eat ya, if they haven't tried to yet. Papa was thinking, what's the harm? It just looks like a nice little crystal. Unfortunately, the sunflower gently brushes up against her arm once more.
Can you build a very, very tall wall? One that can protect the whole town? Like what you did with the blocks?
I don't see no blocks. What are you talking about, kid?
I'm sorry, little fellow.
She points to the now empty patch of snow-covered ground.
That was just a trick. It won't last long.
Oh, that was amazing! Nina, Knut, Villa, everyone should learn from you. Could I make the doors and stones listen to me like you did one day? Will I be great? Like you?
A strange kid like you should live in the age of Aquarius and be a part of the New Age movement, or become some kind of yogi doing meditation.
Not a New Age
And
movement.
do it anywhere but here.
The New Age movement. What is that?
Shady stuff, don't worry about it. Her helpless attempt at turning him away goes without notice. Worse still, it seems to intrigue him. He is a kid.
Where you're from?
It's not a place. It's a spirit of a time, full of interesting things like crystals, new schools of thought, many crazy and creative ideas.
Will the sun close its eyes? Will the dark clouds spit on people?
Spit?
Will their ships blow bubbles under the water?
Somehow, the persistent questions stop being a source of annoyance. The subtle warmth of his boundless wonder shakes loose the frost from her heart, her smile turning from feigned to genuine.
Of course. They even believe that the world is a giant piece of blank paper, and they are the artists drawing on it. And not only that, they are obsessed with bizarre ideas. Where did the Stonehenge on the Salisbury Plain come from? Where are the ships and planes which traveled past the Sargasso Sea now?
I like them.
The child's voice blurs the edges between reality and pleasant memories of her past, to a time when there were others that thought like her.
They called themselves lay hunters, the apprentices of a once renowned school of thought. However, few people in academic circles accepted the idea of ley lines as an answer to their questions. So, for these lay hunters, it has been a long walk through a dark night.
Then they can come to Rayashki. Here the sun never sets. Half the year anyways.
Yeah, that'd be a thing.
I can be their friend. And when I grow up, I will be a lay hunter too.
Windsong tightens her scarf as if warding off a chill.
I'm afraid it's a bit too late, little fellow. Most have already given up. They lost interest in solving the mysteries and lost their faith in finding the curves and the lines. So, the study of ley lines has been all but abandoned. There's only one fool left that hasn't given it up.
This one right here. This one right here. She speaks wistfully entranced in that daze of memory, oblivious to the nearing sound of footsteps behind her. More footsteps?
And you, I suppose, are this only one fool, yes?
Ah, it hurt. Vela pulls Avgus towards her protectively and reproaches him with a ruffle of the child's hair.
Please, ma'am. Believe me, I am not a child abductor.
Well?
Windsong offers a pained gesture towards the boy.
I think this isn't a good place to receive our guests. We have much more appropriate arrangements for new friends. But if our guest has any ill intentions, we will retaliate.
I think she's fine. I think she's fine. To be continued. Next chapter. Let's see, how many chapters are there? I think there usually are like 15 or 16, now that I think about it. Not that I could tell. They don't show everything all at once. Wait, actually, there is a way to tell. There is a way to tell. 16. It's usually around 16. I think next time we see Villa, I'm going to do a close-up on her so that I can show you guys the scales. The group, each harboring their own thoughts, return toward the small town. Vila and August humming out a sing-song tune. And anxious Windsong remains silent for the journey. Vila wheels around just as they arrive at the outskirts, keeping up the cadence of the song.
We're here.
Okay, let's do a little bit of a close-up on her so that we can see a little bit better where these scales are. Oh, you see that on her face and on her neck? Let me see if I can get my mouse there, right over here, and then over here by her neck. Also a tiny little fang here. It might be a little bit hard to see on the screen unless we zoom in like this. And then over here on her arms, this should be fairly visible compared to the ones around above her. I'm not on full screen myself, but it is a pretty big screen on my side. 1600 by 900. But yeah, I'm assuming she has even more scales throughout her body. So yes, scales are there. Scales are very present, at least on her. The glove looks really weird if she's not. It's still a weird glove no matter how you look at it, because it's a very small glove. Like, it only covers the top half of her hand. I don't know if I've seen gloves like that in real life, but they sure like using in fiction quite a bit. For whatever reason.
Thank you for taking care of little Comrade August, miss.
You mean I'm not here to be questioned? Or arrested?
Do you want to be?
Of course not. Perhaps we're a little too optimistic, but when we meet a stranger, we prefer to welcome them.
Vila looks over the awkward figure, reading the expression on her face. The researcher breaks the silence with a stumble.
Oh. Well, I'm Winsong.
That's a very unique name. And where is it you come from?
From the east side of the Dniester River.
Dniester. Where is Dniester? Vila's scales are hit with a sea breeze. It halts her and their conversation. Sniffing? Smell something? The teacher breaks out from her pause.
No offense, miss, but you have a complicated and unfamiliar scent about you. The smell of hard rocks, a lighthouse by the sea, rainwater in a humid summer. Nothing hostile, though.
Eastern Europe, got
I
you.
think most rootless travelers like me smell like that.
Welcome to Rayashki, Miss Winsong.
Ukraine's a little too far south. A little too far south.
Thank you. I understand your caution, but...
Winsong is seized by her own suspicion, spying the unusual scales on her host's neck. Vila catches the glance. She subtly tugs at her sleeve and shrinks her neck into her coat, taking a few cautious steps backward.
You have nothing to worry about. It's not a disease. Anyway, let's talk about you. I heard that you are a researcher. Not long ago, many of your peers visited here. They wandered around and looked under every rock and floorboard in the town, like you do. I thought perhaps they were attracted here by the town itself. But regrettably, not long after, they left one after another in disappointment. I was disappointed too.
There's a curiousness in her tone.
Will you be like them?
Yeah, what'd you come all the way here for?
Those people are famous scholars. Of course they won't spend too much time on a project with unclear prospects. But I'm used to those.
She spreads her hands out to the town with nothing more to say.
I salute you for your courage and spirit of exploration.
I thought you might be more hostile to me. Shouting things like, "Who do you think you are to prowl about on our private property?"
Huh?
Many see the study of ley lines like finding a needle in the grass of a Siberian field. Wasted effort with negligible results.
There is no such thing as meaningless work. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, or what you do. You will find your purpose here.
Vila shifts her gaze over to August, who has been found and surrounded by the other children not far away.
Is that so? No wonder how you have such an unusual student like August.
Unusual is putting it lightly, lady.
All that childhood wonder. Innocence. Somehow you've preserved it in him, haven't you?
The children seem unconcerned with the new adult. They have their own world and their own rules to be addressed.
Is the show finished? We cancelled our rehearsal, August. Mr. Yevgeny just left red-faced.
Red-faced? What does that mean?
And he cancelled the friendship cheese on the food menu. All thanks to you.
But I was welcoming our new friend.
And we have lost our cheese because of you.
Darn!
It's all your fault.
No cheese tonight?
You're the most bothersome kid in the Rayashki.
I know that word. Most means the best. So thank you, Piotr.
I don't think that's what he means.
You.
The other children gather close.
August, we don't see anyone new here. You're not lying again, are you?
Do you not see the lady behind?
She's with Vila.
Yeah.
They greet each other, share footprints, and even sing together.
I don't know about that last one.
Windsong is also the best. She can draw many lines on the snow, and even on a seagull.
I don't think she did that.
We're not having another freak in town, right?
Do you mean drawing on the blackboard? Like Miss Vila did?
Avgus playfully shakes his head, feigning an air of mystery.
She made the earth turn into a tall, tall wall. And she blew her breath at it and made a building appear. If we had enough lay hunters like her working together, we would be able to send sunflowers high into the sky.
Ah, that's not so tough. All the men in town know how to build stuff like that. When we grow up, we will work like them, with hoes and shovels. But that will take ages.
If we can learn how to build like the lay hunters, then we could help the adults right now.
Don't listen to August.
The children discuss the notion animately. Kyoto finds himself squeezed out of their huddle. Child labor laws? Where? He puffs his cheeks and hurries over to the adults.
Greetings, Miss Winsong. Is it true? Can you really shape the earth into different things and build things from it?
Not exactly. The things I build with my arcane skill have only a momentary effect. I can't use it that way. I learned it as part of my research while studying ley lines.
The other children join in. Here
Miss
comes Deb.
Vinsong, those things Afkus told us, are they true? The sun that closes its eyes, the dark clouds that spit on people, and the lines that can reveal everything.
I don't think he said all of that. Hey, Salty, welcome.
Miss Winsong, will you be our teacher? Like Miss Vila?
Yeah, so if you've never seen Reverse 1999 before, this game is actually recommended to be played in English because that is the original dub. English is actually the original dub for this game. I'm just gonna repeat a little bit of what I said earlier in the stream about this, but basically, the whole game is a vibe. This game is all about vibes. The event story we're going through right now, more or less doesn't really have anything to do with a main story. It's just its own little short story. Treat the events like little short stories, basically. And we just kind of have to go through this and see what's going on in this little part of, I guess, Russia, Siberia. I have no clue, somewhere near the Arctic. Quick recap of what we've done so far. The ores in the mines are running out. Okay. Someone came from some society outside to check for ley lines. Okay. And now she's in town. Not a whole lot has happened. And not a whole lot of issues have been brought up. But, yeah, small town near the Arctic. 6 months plus of sunshine each year, as Arctic cities, towns do have. But yes, English is the primary dub for this game. And that's just how the devs picked it. That's just how the devs picked it.
Can you prove anything?
Alright, G&G, thanks for dropping by.
One question at a time.
The children surround Windsong, catching her off guard. She looks apologetically at Vila.
Sorry, Miss Vila. I should explain it to them. Mine is not a formal discipline. Many people believe that it relies too much on the observations of arcanists, and the conclusions aren't useful for the public. So it is best that you kids do not study it.
She shrugs her shoulders. Is that the...
A pursuit of passion, fit for only a very stubborn fool like me.
Same that could be said with most PhDs.
I see.
Vila nods in understanding.
Then you must show us all about it. Shouldn't she, kids? I'm sure Miss Winsong would be very happy to give us a special lesson about her studies.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I don't think she's here for that, but
Yay!
she just got roped into teaching a lesson to the kids here. Escaping this unasked for obligation may prove more difficult than expected.
Miss Vila, I thought I made myself clear.
You have worked hard in this pursuit of passion, haven't you?
Regardless, the study of ley lines is, well, it's useless.
Winsong lightly taps her yellowed notebook filled with cryptic scribbles and notes.
Useless?
These kids should learn something like geography. It's a much more thorough and important field. As far as the general public and academic institutions are concerned, the study of ley lines is just a niche aspect of geography. Worse still, one that is solely accessible to arcanists. To devote any real time to its investigation would take up valuable research funds and equally valuable researchers.
At least that was how they felt about it.
Vila furrows her brow. Okay.
Who can say for certain?
What about you? Do you also think that the study of ley lines is a waste of funds and manpower?
Of course I don't. Through ley lines, we can detect Arcanum-related events in the area, learn about local arcane creatures, and find the secrets hidden both above and below the Earth's surface. But I can't yet prove this to people.
Vila places her hand on Winsong's shoulder.
Well, you don't have to prove it alone. It doesn't matter what others think of your work. The only important thing is finding its uses. At first, Rayashki was just a remote village, far north in the Arctic Circle. People came here to share a dream of a better future. It was only by luck that we found the Runium. Then, Zeno approached us and became our business partner. For over 60 years, people here have worked together to make it what it is now.
60 years to
built the school,
deplete the mines?
the swimming pool,
That didn't
and
take
the
long.
cinema for everyone. Rayashki embraces and takes in every newcomer. You and your studies are no exception. This is where our paths meet.
Vila smiles warmly. It hits like a warm sea breeze. A pair of hands concealing sharp scales extend towards Winsong.
Please know that I'm not just doing this for you. I'm doing this for a better future.
Vila glances at the children not far away. Some of them seem to be so solemnly saluting a sunflower, as if it were a security team guard.
A well-rounded education is vital in bringing up the next generation of scientists and workers. Our children should learn more about this world, even from those perspectives and types of knowledge that aren't widely accepted.
Winsong looks out to them and meets the face of her unexpected friend. He waves back excitedly.
Thank you, Miss Vila.
She clasps her hand. It is colder than expected, but welcoming. Okay. Accepted into the town. I do kind of like I do like the vibes of this game. It's just that sometimes the stories take a little bit of wrangling around to understand. Some more than others. This is fine. This is actually a little bit easier.
The study of ley
An easier
lines sees
start.
the world as a clear map. The cities look like squares to us, while natural landscapes appear to be curves overlapping one another. Many bizarre places in the world, such as the location of the Tunguska explosion or the mysterious 30th parallel north, can't be drawn in squares and curves like cities in ordinary landscapes. We need to find a way to indicate them in a clear, precise way.
It's a maze.
Well, it is the ley line map of a city, but you are right. It does look like a maze. To begin with, I should introduce the most crucial concept in the study of ley lines, that of ley energy. It is a special energy which we can easily detect throughout the town. See how it comes out from underneath the ground and goes into the local biosphere, circulating around like a system. If we think of the town's ley lines as a food web, then ley energy lies at its foundation.
Like how big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat even smaller fish.
Sure. The boys' comparative is simple, but essentially correct. Is it really?
Exactly. They are the smallest fish eaten by the big fish. If we catch the big fish and study what they eat, we will know where to find the other big fish. And the ley energy, I mean, when the big fish die and break down, the small fish will go back to where they first came from. The circulation goes on and on.
You've put it very well, Miss Winsome. Like the rainwater that comes from the ocean to the rivers and returns back to the ocean.
Her tone rises, the scales along her neck unfurling slightly.
You're a quick learner. But it is not exactly like water. The concentration of ley energy is far more noticeable than that of a lake or a school of fish. Once we find its densest spot, we'll be able to trace it back to its source.
Then what are these bright spots?
These are the energy-rich locations. In a way, they indicate the energy flow.
So many. They look like stars in the sky.
Yes, and finding these locations can be very costly in terms of time and manpower.
Then what do we do after finding them?
Good question.
They can tell us many things. The ley hunters will follow their courses, analyze the components in them, and match those components to each resource. Some of the components don't match with any of the known resources, which means there might be a new resource waiting to be discovered. Of course, from the ley energy, we can also learn about the local critters.
You talk about strange things, almost like Avgus does.
He pouts, finding all this hard to believe. Well, they are a weird
These
set
are
of
just
people.
lines.
Like dancing earthworms. They wriggle, they twist. They're having fun. Jumping on the waves, then into the little boxes, and back into the little balls.
Great, we have two of them now.
Oh no, I can't read that. What does it say?
They look interesting, but we don't really understand.
Her theories are a bit too complex for children at this level, even with the aid of a drawing.
Cheer up, kids. It's not finished yet. Leyline cartography is complicated. It takes the efforts of many ley hunters working together, investigating the area, even braving dangerous and forbidden places. To this day, we've never been able to finish a completed ley energy map.
Wow, no wonder it's useless. Their enthusiasm dims, but some remain immersed in the world of Leylands. August raises up the incomplete drawing.
I know it now. This is Rayashki.
Huh?
Ah, I see it too. And here is the swimming pool. That little square is our square. These little balls are our homes.
Oh, I live here. The third ball on the left of yours.
The children react with surprise. Windsong applauds.
You're very bright, August. This is the ley energy map of Rayashki.
But Miss Windsong, why are you mapping the energy of our town? Have you found any secrets that we don't know?
Children, right now you can only see what's above the ground. But there is even more ley energy beneath the ground.
She's getting a little excited here. Windsong lowers her head, feeling momentarily transported back to a time long past, while her audience listens intently
Will
below.
the sun always be in the sky? Will the glaciers ever melt away? What lies in the darkness beneath us? Are there other critters around here that you've never seen? How should we deal with them?
This topic sets off a clamor of excitement from the children.
I heard once that there were many strange footprints next to the school windows.
Uncle Patrick saw it. A monster with 6 legs, and each one has spikes.
That doesn't sound good.
That must be a kikirn, a small-sized Canidae critter, mostly seen in cold areas. But the ley energy might have affected the weather of their habitat, or they wouldn't be here in Rayashki in summer. The deep blue line here shows that particular one's movement.
Or maybe Uncle Patrick could have drunk too much.
A
The
possibility.
ley energy accumulated in them suggests that they mostly feed on moss and worms under the snow and stay near town. We can infer that this is a docile herbivorous kind of critter that is merely curious about human behavior. I think feeding them will be much more useful than driving them away.
Bila nods thoughtfully.
Since these critters began to overrun the area, the defense team has encountered many new creatures. I can feel there is something strange about them, but I can't yet understand the differences. You provided a different angle on the situation, Miss Windsong. I believe it would help the defense team greatly.
These new discoveries have provoked interest in the teacher and her students alike.
The fires in the furnaces are out. The bees and kites dance around the pond. White moss is on the wall. Oh, storms will fall down from the sky.
Stones? What? His bizarre yet ominous statements seem to upset the others.
Stop saying these strange things, August. The defense team will keep the critters out of town and protect everyone. And there will not be any stones falling from the sky.
Peter stands up and his fist clenched and face flush red.
Is everything alright, Piotr?
Piotr.
Yeah, you're lying. Rayashki is safe. It will be our home forever.
I hate to tell you this, kid, but what Avgust just said could be right. I have the same feeling that the good weather here won't last too long.
She gazes outward. The sky above is gray and growing darker.
Look at those thick gray lines. Those are the traces of cloud movements and moisture. Now they're mingled together.
But the sun will still be shining. Miss Vila said that the polar day will last for a very, very long time.
Miss Vila was right. And past statistics don't lie. According to the data, the weather here should continue for the next few months. Yet the ley lines say otherwise. They say the weather will be extremely unpredictable.
You are making things up. The forecaster on TV said the weather in Rayashki will be temperate in the coming months.
Forecasters aren't
And the
always
weather
right.
forecaster was right, according to his analysis. But life is full of surprises.
I know why you're concerned, Miss Winsong. I feel the glaciers are melting slightly faster than usual. There is going to be a warm front forming from the melting water.
Winsong looks at her audience. She has half hoped for some opposition from them.
But will there really be stones falling from the sky?
I can't say anything for certain just yet, kid. All I have is this incomplete map. And as you can see, many sources of the marks and traces haven't been located. Which means we can't come up with a precise calculation. But there's no question that Rayashki will soon face many challenges. The weather could become much worse. The environment might change. Maybe some unknown critters might turn up.
Liar! You're all liars! Rayashki is at home, so it can't be dangerous.
I don't think it works like that. I'm just saying. The class bell rings at an inopportune time. The children rush out of the classroom one after another.
Piotr, you can't fly if your feathers get wet.
Winsong sighs. Although she hasn't fully adapted to her new role, she must keep up with the children. Vila intercepts her.
They will need some time to take in all this new knowledge. Don't you agree?
I thought I could handle all their questions. I think I made things worse. Sorry.
They're kids, don't worry about it.
Have faith in them. They will come around.
Pietro squats on the ground, muttering softly to himself while rolling some pebbles. A sunflower and the boy attached to it approaches.
Are you here to laugh at me? All these stories of monsters and falling stones, they aren't good at all. I overheard Mr. Evgeny talking. He said the town has so many problems, and soon what some people think will decide our future. If people believe in those terrible stories, maybe they will be scared and they won't come back to Rayashki. Our town will be forgotten.
But I wasn't lying.
Choking tears fill their small world. Wait. Rustling sounds come up from behind the flower bed. Well, there's some stuff here. Crimson eyes set in a furry head observe what?
Hello, Kikiru.
Observe them with curiosity. Curiosity? Kikirin? What?
What are you doing? I will grant attention. You go find the defense team for help.
The older boy opens his trembling arms defensively. Okay, I guess this is the one we have to fight here. Guess it doesn't really matter which team I use for this, but let's just use a very basic team.
Relax. It could be found.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Yeah, the time for tactics is not yet here.
Let the show begin. Ye provoked me.
Victory secure. I should excuse myself.
A mound of sunflower seeds is presented on a pair of tender hands. Moist nostrils approach, and then a rough tongue greedily curls around the seeds.
It's itchy.
I'm guessing these are friendly? The Kikirin purrs contently as the now empty hands stroke it gently but confidently.
It feels warm, doesn't it? Miss Winsong said they can be our friends. That they will bring seeds to every corner of the town.
Like a gardener?
Another pair of hands reaches out to cautiously caress its fur.
Yes. Go plant more sunflowers, Kikirin.
It's gonna poop it out, you know that? That's how they plant, by pooping it out.
So, Miss Winsong was not a liar.
Alright, well, to be continued. Let's see, what chapter are we on? That was 4. Okay, next. It's like 16 chapters, so I'm not sure how long what the pacing is gonna be like. We did talk quite a bit at the beginning of the stream, as usual. The warm current of the ocean is a stranger to this place. The long silent docks seem to be pining for use, for visitors, to bustle once more with industry. A lone figure stands there, resolute, unblinking. Vila stretches out as she stands behind him. The scales on her wrists and ankles catch the light, shimmering against a white reflection in the water.
Do you really think it's a good idea to turn to Zeno for help?
We have drawn almost every man and woman from the mining facilities to get rid of the critters nesting around the port. Most of the defense team were injured. Some lightly, but others got much worse. It will be weeks before they can return to duty. If an attack like the one at the rehearsal happens again, I'm not sure we will be able to protect ourselves.
His stance doesn't waver, but his face turns stiffly toward the abandoned mine far in the distance. Kittiwakes screech as they swoop down over the vast white ocean.
I know most of our people are frustrated with Zeno's arrival, but I expected better from you, Vila.
Expected
people
better.
trust you, and they will follow you, but that doesn't make you right. Maybe you're still too young to see the dangers.
I might be wrong, but history is a long lesson in learning what is right through being unafraid to be wrong.
Sadly, we don't have time for a trial and error.
And this is your excuse for making decisions for us against our will?
I will hold myself responsible for my decisions. In that, you have my word.
Their conversation reaches a deadlock once again. Fortunately, elsewhere there are others with fewer and simpler burdens. Like the kids?
Today is the day of our welcome ceremony. Vila said when the bell rings, the important people from the Tortoise Academy will arrive.
Tortoise Academy?
Everyone looks excited. Nina has put on her best dress. I know she'll be great on stage. Basono will duel with Piotr. It's his duty to protect the princess. As for me, I got a new job from Mr. Afghani. Salute, shake hands, and give them the warmest welcome.
The child nods solemnly, aware of the weighty mission he must undertake. The little standard bearer stands ready to receive Rayashki's latest guess. Maybe not this thing.
What, this? There are bubbles in the water.
The critter pops its head out of the water, two eyes staring out at the boy with bewilderment.
We meet again, Kikirn. Are you planting sunflowers under the water?
I don't think that's how it works, kid.
Have you brought your friends?
Bubbles swell on the open surface of the water as more Kikirins break up through the slurry of ice. Is that a good thing? Though their peculiar appearance differ from one to the next, they all possess large lamp-like eyes that look out around with curiosity.
1, 2, oh! Your friends also have 6 legs! Look! They're wearing needle grass and flat files on their legs. Are you also here for the ceremony?
The child takes pride in his imagined duties.
Welcome, Kikirn and friends. Welcome to the prettiest town in all of the Arte. Rayashki.
Can't be that many towns up here, though.
Please, enjoy our song.
His cheeks flush as spirited childish voices reverberate in unison out into the sea. Seagulls Seagulls take flight. What?
Comrade August, what are you doing?
Seagulls take flight as a distant stern statue springs to life and rushes over. I'm guessing there's a ship coming.
Whoa! I'm welcoming Vicky Kikirn.
The child happily salutes the Kikirins as they step onto the dock.
Get out of there, they're dangerous. Defense team, drive them away.
Wait! These are Kikirn. They're not aggressive. They're just curious about us. The kids seem to like them.
The defense team moves swiftly and without hesitation. I guess they're not being listened to.
Get rid of them.
As you command, comrade.
Wow. That is gonna end well. That is gonna end well. I mean, they do look a little freaky, not gonna lie. So I can see the concern.
Illusion is nothing.
Oh, I guess I see the 6 legs now. It's like, where are the 6 legs? I see the 6 legs.
They are much naughtier than the Foundation's kids.
Sprays of bullets and bursts of flame disrupt the water's surface, following the Kikirins as they dive, one after another. Alarms wail in the distance, but the Kikirins are already long gone. The children who came to see them are left on the ground, gripping their hats over their ears.
The Kikirins are all gone. I think they don't like us anymore.
Comrade Yevgeny.
Take the kids back to where they were, Comrade Vila. It was your duty to protect them.
His orders fizzle out as soon as they are said.
Maybe if we make the town a better place, more friends will come back. Then they will also come back. That makes sense.
The researcher observes all this from a nearby vantage. Her notebook rustles with a sigh.
The family of Kikirin includes dozens of subspecies, but none of them are so greatly adapted to water as this. That is to say, they might also be affected by the ley energy under Rayashki. Pity that they were driven away. There was much we could have learned from them.
She looks up. A blanket of clouds obscures the sun, with only a few rays of light breaking through.
The temperature here is rising much faster than expected, and much earlier in the season. I imagine if you asked the Weather Bureau, they would say this is just an odd occurrence of unseasonable weather outside of expected ranges.
What was that? The booming sound of cannon fire interrupts Windsong's train of thought. Cannon fire? Why?
It's time. The Xeno investigators should be here any minute. I must stress again how important the ceremony could be for our future. Our town's economy is facing a cliff, and I am sure each one of you has noticed the increased rationing. If we wish to take care of our people in the future and protect our friends and family from these frequent creature attacks, we need Xeno's support. So we will work with Xeno, because we must. The future of Rayashki is in our hands. So is the future of every comrade here. And we need the cooperation of every man and woman here.
His stare falls towards the what? The what? Over the Rusalska's vibrant tail Rusalska. After a pause, his target replies.
Xeno's ships are very
her.
fast, so as soon as they appear on the horizon, our ceremony will begin.
Understood.
The choir rises in unison, looking out at the pale blue horizon. The sea responds placidly. Salmon leap out from the water, seagulls circling along the empty coastline. Yet no sign of the anticipated ship appears. The quiet expectations of the adults set the children to whisper.
Xeno is late. So late that Miss Villa would say they're absent.
Do you think something bad happened to them?
What are they doing there?
There? No answers come, but a new event catches their attention. Snow?
Oh, something is falling. Light and soft, like a polar bear's head.
Dark clouds press down on them, blocking out the final rays of sunlight.
Poor bear, losing all his hair.
Yeah, I don't think that's what that is. Snowflakes flutter down across a gray sky. Converging in the blustering wind, they fall towards the town. Sudden, snowstorm?
It's snow! What? How can there be snow in summer? Is this related to the strange thing Avgus said earlier?
If so, I'm happy that these aren't stones or a dark cloud spit.
Not yet, anyway. The children huddle near Avgus, astonished by the accuracy of his predictions.
Avgus, I can't believe it! You were never right before.
Ugh. Oh, it's chilly. The snow is biting against my skin.
I'm sorry, August. I shouldn't call you a liar.
He lowers his head hesitantly.
But will Rayashki really get into trouble?
A gentle hand nudges Piotr, a motion learned from the older and wiser. Someone learned
Piotr,
from the wiser.
we will not be defeated. Not by clouds or bears. Look.
Huh? What's going on? Is the ship coming now?
Mr. Tortoise is walking very slowly. But no one has left their position. For Rayashki. You little swans must go back to your lake too. Go as fast as you can.
We will.
Don't forget your own job, August.
The children return to their positions and ready themselves.
So, this milky white line is this snowstorm. The average temperature in Rayashki has reached its highest point in the last 5 years, which together with the abnormally rich air moisture have produced an unseasonal and odd kind of snow. The weather forecast was wrong. Ley lines were right.
Windsong can't hide her excitement. She leans up on a wall some distance from the event, her pen flying across page after page of notes, until she is compelled to snap back to reality. The assembly before her has barely moved. The snow claims more territory by the minute. Oh, okay. Over sea and land, piling up on the railings and rising over boots. Wait, what? What did it say? Large and small? Okay. And then there's a ship over there in the distance. A distant foghorn accompanies the sight of a flag piercing up in the horizon. Zeno arrives at last. That seems to be an awfully small boat. Just saying.
Everyone listen. Our ceremony will begin.
As you command, comrade.
Music, please.
А пусть и вчерашняя неделя став прошла, каждый шаг рисует новый день. Не смотри назад, не теней, вмиг вновь, светлые небеса путешествуем.
Actual Russian song that I've never heard before. I think I've only heard one other one. I forgot what it's called though. The steamship pulls into their rudimentary harbor. But what? But no further movement follows. A porthole opens, but no voice comes out. No sound whatsoever beyond the lapping waves. Wait, what? A letter flutters out towards the anxious crowd.
It's a pleasure to speak to you all, our valued friends in Rayashki. On behalf of Xeno Arms Academy, I am here to announce the details of the Xeno-Rayashki Cooperation Agreement.
So no one comes personally and they bring this in instead. Huh. Hello, Hifumi. Welcome, welcome.
As many of you have expected, a squad of armed troops will soon be sent to aid you with the critter problem. However, having given it careful consideration, we have decided that the town of Rayashki is no longer viable for our continued support and must be abandoned.
Well, crap.
We advise that all residents prepare to be transferred to a new post immediately.
Immediately?
Thank you for your cooperation.
Wait, who are you to relocate them? I thought that you guys weren't their boss or anything.
What?
And everyone be surprised. I'm surprised. The heck? It's like they were expecting people to come over, and instead a talking letter instead is sent. It's kind of rude. It's kind of rude if you think about it. Good days, bad days.
I don't see the point of your reluctance.
The frowning master of ceremony straightens the torch's patterned letter and then shoves it back into its envelope. Who is this
The
guy?
letter conveyed Zeno's decision clearly. I suggest we warm ourselves up with a few drinks before we go. Do you have any stowage in town? Better than sitting here dwelling on the things that cannot be changed. Please, tell me you have something like cocoa here?
Oh, I'm guessing he's from the ship. Let me see. The long-awaited guest stretches lazily as if no one is around. What the heck? And sinks into the couch. Okay. The tension in the air hangs like fumes waiting to ignite. But okay, so who's this guy to...
This is not what we agreed on earlier, Mr. Bertolt.
Calm yourself, Villa.
You must be mistaken, my very passionate friend. Zeno sent a warning months ago. The estimated value Rayashki can add to Zeno's program is less than satisfactory. Further support is no longer recommended. Should any new valuable resources be found in the region, please reply to this letter as soon as possible for further assessment.
Did someone forget to
Then
report
we
a
heard
letter?
back from Rayashki. In fact, the sender was... you, Evgeny.
Didn't tell anyone. Really?
Yes, it was.
And it was you yourself that argued the most compelling point, I have to say. One that has drawn the higher-ups' attention. And the reason why I was sent here. I believe you wrote, I have total faith in the quality of the people of Rayashki. Their solidarity, dedication, and motivation have proven invaluable to us. I am certain that you would carry those same strengths of character and skill to any post, no matter where they were assigned.
Oh, I see. That's where it came from. He folds the letter and hands it to Villa, her face blank as a canvas, and you told no one.
Zeno accepted my application. Of course, I asked around before making my submission, and Zeno seemed to have a good reputation. It was a golden opportunity to join them.
It is, but do not get us wrong. Our entrance requirements can be most difficult to meet. Zeno only takes in the best of the best.
You want some of us to work for Zeno? You never told us anything like that, Yevgeny!
Be reasonable, Villa. Some of us deserve this opportunity.
What about the others? We have elders and children. Some of our comrades have been injured and even died in the mine. Are we to forget their sacrifices?
He tries to suppress the gills on her neck as
Relax,
what?
my friend. That's why we sent our very best biological control squad.
As they heave violently. I guess she's not hyperventilating, but definitely breathing heavily.
We will escort you to the nearest shelter.
Another wave upon relentless waves of shock.
Face reality, Vila. I know how much effort we have put into building this town, and I understand you have this dream to fulfill. But we must prepare for the worst. We may have to give up on our Rayashki.
He takes out a document covered in scratched notes and annotations and hands it to her.
Read this.
I guess he was ready to move the town whenever? What is this?
Field investigation has confirmed that the remaining runium reserves in Rayashki are around 0.0173 kilotons, which is less than 0.275% of our average annual output. The mine is located high within the Arctic Circle, which has entailed significant transportation costs. The harsh environment is also wholly unsuitable for building any permanent processing facilities. In addition, military spending on the region has recently been elevated 3.61 times due to increasing animal and critter attacks, and that number is still rising. Clearly, the region is now incapable of self-management. According to the Guide on Global Humanitarian Aid by the Office for Disaster Risk Reduction of Xeno Arms Academy, we propose to send a special squad to the region to evacuate all local citizens and subsequently take care of the remaining biological control issues.
That's one way to put it.
And our admission standards will be lowered at Xeno's discretion, so that you will all find work with us somewhere.
Xeno's representative offers a timely, if unconvincing, supplement to the letter. The paper creases and crumples into a ball in her hands.
I'm sorry, but this is reality. From the start, this ore was the only thing they wanted from us. The environment here has always been harsh for mining, but we overcame it and sent our shipments to wherever Xeno had need of them.
And I salute each one of you for your work, my friends.
But now, our mission is over.
There is no doubt in anyone's mind. Runium has been the town's lifeblood and the key to its survival.
I believe all of you will continue to work hard in your new positions, no matter what.
This guy's gonna get slapped.
You shouldn't rush to a decision. We are discussing Rayashki's future here, Yevgeny. For 6 decades, the people here have put in great efforts to turn the town into what it is today. We won't leave just because you tell us so. Our grandparents didn't even have construction equipment at the beginning. They built these houses with their own hands. We shipped over the planting soil. We built walls to keep out the wind and snow.
Within the meeting room's cloistered walls, the area is heavy with moisture once more.
When you came here, you brought books for the children and introduced us to a species different than humans. You became one of us. I'm not happy about this either, Comrade Vila.
I won't buy that, Comrade Yevgeny. This is not just about my dream, but everyone's dream. Or have you forgotten what Rayashki was meant to be?
A utopia built for and by everyone. The voice of a better future. One which would sound across the land and seas. I remember every word of it.
Evgeny's voice is low, but still decisive.
You have my sympathy, friends. Xeno has also suffered huge losses in many regions. We have lost manpower, territory, armament factories, and even some of our affiliated military schools. Rayashki is but one of these losses. We know how you feel right now.
I'm not so sure about that. Not so sure about that. He shrugged his shoulders, his face a picture of
But Zeno
unhelpfulness.
has his own problems to be faced. And investing in these new industries, purchasing fancy equipment, all these things Rayashki will need. All of this takes money. And even Zeno must be economical.
Shouldn't the people in Rayashki also benefit from these global benefits Zeno has promised?
We will get there, my friend. Maybe slowly, but we will get there. Trust me, Zeno has done everything they can for you. We need to keep our eyes on our goals and stay on the right course, so that we won't get lost in these turbulent times. Yes?
Fancy words, no trust here, though. He leans towards Villa, providing an unnecessary whisper.
I know how much faith these people have in you, and I believe you can show them a different perspective about these coming changes. Of course, this will also help you during Zeno's assessment. Good luck, my friend.
Well... Well... that kinda went south. Maybe this should move south, I don't know. A paper medal. Paper medal. Sounds, yeah. Hotel Rayashki.
The reserves
they have
of
a
Runion
hotel.
running dry.
Wow.
The appearance of new critters. The sudden snowstorm. I have connected the ley lines of each of these phenomena. The map is nearly complete.
I'm glad someone is having a good time. She unfolds a complex blueprint filled with various lines and marks.
But still haven't traced many lines and marks back to their source. Perhaps if I go back to the factories, into the restricted zones. But I can't do that alone. Definitely not when the situation in town is so unstable.
Winsong collapses onto the table. An avalanche follows, covering her in layers of books and manuscripts. The piles around her loom like a mountain range, casting her in shadow.
Well, I should have given this up long ago. There's no chance that the study of ley lines will ever be accepted again.
Phantom voices of past mockery and scorn rise up to her ears. Oh, actually, flashback.
Regretfully, Miss Winsong, with nothing but these outdated files and materials to back you up, there's simply no way to justify reinstating the study of ley lines into our curriculum. We don't have unlimited funds, and we must save our money for projects with greater potential. The study of ley lines is... Of course, we might be able to consider new ideas and projects. You can't be allowed to do this on your own. You will need endorsements from the Institution of Geographic Studies, the Arcane Creatures Society, or other such organizations. Let me think. Zeno seems to be interested in geographers recently. They just recruited a number of researchers for a new commission. Maybe you should go try your luck with them.
An echo of a nursery rhyme rings out from beyond her self-made mountain range, but she is all but oblivious to it. Thought I heard knocking on the door.
The submission date is getting closer each day, but I've made poor progress. Zeno won't endorse me if I can't find a breakthrough. They have become more and more radical and desperate lately. First they sent those researchers here to conduct their haphazard studies, and now an armed force? And all this effort just to chase the rumor of some source of perpetual energy? That this perpetual energy source must be hidden somewhere beneath the permafrost. The higher-ups call the shots. All they need to do is spread a little honey in the right places. Then all the little researchers will swarm on it like flies. But could there really be a magical power source like that? Whether there is or not, I still have a map to finish. There's no way that I can map every ley line in the region all by myself. Goodbye research funds. Goodbye lectures and seminars, and so long to my dreams of being chair of the Geographical Perspectives Forum.
She jostles the heaps of books, moving them just enough to let in some light and sound. They seep in through the cracks like starlight.
Tuk tuk.
Yeah, I thought that there was a knocking here. The door snaps shut. Windsong stands against it nervously. Instruments roll off the table, colliding with each other on the windowsill. The corners, under the bed, falling in a cacophonous disarray.
What was that?
The door is gently pushed open again, revealing the curious face of a sunflower peeking in through the crack.
Miss Windsong, we've been waiting for you.
Oh, this is their paper medals. As far as medals go, the designs look a little cruder than expected. And damp. What, damp? And damp paper doesn't quite have the same gravitas as gold or silver. Still, Windsong has fantasized countless times about receiving such an accolade for her work, even a paper one.
Miss Windsong, we prepared a special medal ceremony for you in August.
Please, come to our ceremony.
We just wanted to thank you for teaching us. Miss Villa was right. We shouldn't have been so quick to argue. We should have listened.
So you should be given an award for being right. But our ceremony will not be as big as the ones on TV.
Indeed, this is a very special and exclusive award. Simple as it is, it comes with something no one else could. The innocence and laughter of children.
Miss Windsong, will you accept this medal?
For the first time in a long while, the study of ley lines basks in the glow of scholarly acclaim. The paper medal is cupped in her trembling hands.
I have no cup to put this medal in, so we can't toast with it in celebration.
She sniffles.
But now I know, no matter what, I won't be returning empty-handed. Thank you, kids.
Do you mean... are you leaving us?
But there is so much you still need to teach us.
Rayashki embraces every guest, including you, Miss Windsong. Don't you like it here?
The children are on the verge of tears. She is pulled in helplessly, too.
But those things I heard at the welcome ceremony, won't we all be leaving soon?
No, I don't believe it. That stranger was mean. He wasn't our friend.
It was a little bit, rude.
This is our town. They can't speak for us.
That's right.
Neither doubt nor sorrow will dim their eyes. Before her lies only a sea of steadfast faces. Their words encouraging and powerful despite their youth. They plant some strange seed of hope within her.
Miss Villa invited the men from Zeno to leave his ship. Then they went into Mr. Evgeny's meeting room together.
Uncle Knut promised me that no one will give up this place. They will go to many meetings and find a solution that satisfies both sides.
The tortoises move slowly. They need to keep their eyes open and look for a better answer.
So, will you stay and teach us?
I won't cause you any more trouble. I promise.
Children burst into laughter. Well, their voices very nearly drown out the rustling noises coming from the windowsill. Oh no.
Comrade Calculator is speaking.
Calculator? What? Curiosity propels the child through the half-open door of the guest room. Is it another one of those things, or something else? Oh, when he said calculator, is this thing? What is this calibrator?
Comrade Calculator, are you giving the earthworms directions?
The clamor by the windows crescendos. Does it want to go out? Even on tiptoes, the child barely reaches the faintly glowing calibrator. Unfortunately, he is not the only one reaching for it. That's a little bit. More unfortunate still, scaly claws prove mightier than little fingers. And it goes down. The other children notice the tug of war and crowd around Windsong, squeezing into the increasingly cramped room.
What's going on here? Ah, my calibrator! The whale-like backbone, the diamond-shaped teeth, 2 short legs with dim eyes and an extremely sharp nose. That must be a Kikituk.
How to get in here?
But their closest habitat should be Konkarl's land, hundreds of kilometers away.
Its snout fixates on the new treat in Windsong's grasp. She pulls it out of the scanner, its gears whirring as ley lines flood forth.
Their marks on the map appear to be red, sort of reddish-brown, and there's a large amount of light energy accumulated around them. Clearly they're high on the food chain. Seems like the small fish have attracted more than one big fish.
With a swift kick, she sends the grinning critter tumbling. Grinning?
Kids, get behind me.
Literally fighting inside the hotel? Okay. Kind of look like little, what are these things? Land whales?
Please.
Land sharks?
Let the show begin.
At least they're too weak right now to do much of anything.
Ha! That's what you've got.
Huh?
The undeterred Titikooks. Kiki? Not Titikooks. Kikitooks. Close in on the narrow ledge.
Oh. The Kikitooks are giving a performance.
Performance, really?
Their nose sings, their 4 dances, and their belly shakes. But why aren't their ears doing anything?
August, what are you doing there? Stay back. Those are not Kikin.
But...
The meaning of both their messages is lost in confusion.
But their ears are left behind. They can't join the dance. Then they will not get their Alyonka.
Ears?
What ears? I see horns. Windsong, struck by her sudden revelation, fixes on the Kikitook's head. Beneath its tufts of plush fur lie well-hidden ears of a deeper color. Oh, they actually do have ears.
Природа — это числые черты.
After a brief incantation, lions converge in a beam that hits precisely on its ear. The creature's cry pierces the air.
So that seems to be their weak spot. Good job, little one. You're even more perceptive than I thought.
Winsong pats August's head.
Next.
She reveals a dark and dangerous smile. Oh, what is this? Sparks? The Kikituks finally relinquish their ill-gotten gains, leaping down and away from the windowsill, leaving behind gnawed, wet fragments of the lake calibrator.
Bean! This was one of the last working instruments I had!
A sunflower gently pats against Winsong's shoulder.
Don't be sad, Miss Winsong. If we plant them in the soil, many more will come out when spring comes.
That's a little bit too long to wait.
Thank you, August.
Miss Winsong, can I be a lay hunter too?
If we were as good as you are, maybe we could have protected your machine.
And maybe we could protect our town.
Winsong turns her head, meeting at many pairs of expectant eyes.
Kids, lay hunting isn't a good profession. If you become a lay hunter, you will have to deal with doubt from all your peers, even hatred, and homework that piles up to your roof.
Miss Winsong, people in Rayashki are taught not to doubt or hate others. They would never hate you or us.
Exactly.
The children of Rayashki are in some ways so strange to her. Their courage and solidarity overcome her long-standing hesitation. Let's see. Wait, I think I missed it. Her curiosity at them, at all this, becomes a palpable force. One pulling her ever closer to Rayashki. Alright then. I think this makes it halfway through. Dying town, okay. Things invading, but not actually invading, question mark?
I'm happy that you let us show you around, Miss Winsong. We haven't had many other visitors here since the critters started coming near the town.
I can see why.
I met a blind lady once. She always smiles, and she has a pretty typewriter. Villa said she's a writer.
Blind lady?
The writer has been to many towns, and she fills up her papers with so much ink, just like I do. So, I made a drawing for her too.
Blind lady.
And she promised us that she will tell more people to come visit Rayashki.
Will people from other places like it here?
I think there was a blind lady a couple of events back. Maybe it's her. Images bounce around. Oh, that's right.
What about your other visitors?
I remember they had green and red rectangular paper, and some shiny cookies in their hands.
Red, green, and cookies. What?
They tried to trade us their silly paper so they could take our cans and things. They never wanted to work with their own hands. And Rayashki doesn't like lazy bones.
On this, the children's heads bob in agreement.
Miss Winsong, Pitcher got all of us together last night, and we read for our How to Be a Good Tour Guide. So, we can guide you.
A good tour guide.
Miss Winsong is just a bit strange. She's not lazy.
The child hides his face, but the blush on his cheeks reaches up to his ear.
This time, I want borscht, blinchik, and oladi.
Oladi? I guess Oladi.
Let's not hurry onto our rewards, Avgus. We haven't helped Miss Vinson yet.
Oh, right.
They were just after the snacks, but I guess I also want to help. Figures, large and small, pass deftly through the once tightly sealed iron door. Once tightly sealed? Arriving at the only factory left, whose lock has not yet rusted over. Seems like there's people in here.
Good to see out our little factory, Miss Winsong.
Hello, sir.
The kids have told me that you want to learn more about the history of Rayashki and the strange things that have happened in the past, yes?
I do. But would that be going against any rules?
Most certainly not, miss. We're not some stubborn old goats that dismiss people for asking questions.
He strides forward.
In fact, I'm relieved. It will be much easier to talk to you than that bitter fellow from Zeno.
Bitter, Smug.
He came to the factory with his arm squad, took a quick look around, and left even without a polite farewell. Like a whiff of cold breeze, that one. These old, outdated machines and hundreds of workers, young and old, each one a mouth to be fed. They are certainly not a pretty sight to the eyes of that greedy hyena.
A pathetic, number-crunching cretin.
The whispered insult creeps up to her listeners' ear.
I am starting to like you, miss. We would have much to talk about, perhaps over a drink. If only I didn't have to get on with my work.
A curious look around goes beyond the hard-laboring workers. Tightly sealed doors and a thick layer of dust on aging machinery paint a less than optimistic picture.
You can see what's going on here, right?
It's kind of rusty, yeah.
Don't feel sorry for us. Xena might no longer need this ore processing factory, but we can make use of what's left of it. Once we get rid of the critters, we can arrange for other minerals or materials to be shipped to Rayashki for processing.
He rubs his hand together, leaning against the shell of a rusted machine.
It is a shame we wasted so much of our good years, never preparing for these bad times. If those strange little monsters weren't there, we might be able to return to our mines. Then we'd really be able to turn things around.
About these mining sites.
Her notebook flutters rapidly, its pages turning as fast as a rolling flame.
Mr. Knut, have you ever found anything there, other than runium ore?
Never. I know those sites like the back of my own hand. I've never seen any other minerals of any worth there.
Of any worth. The rugged man seems to catch her disappointment, and far quicker than she'd expected.
But give it some time, miss. Well, give me some time. Just a few months ago, back when Xena were still keen to work with us and not just ship us away, I remember they found some strange little pebbles. Dark pebbles that were stuck in the clothes of those little monsters. Xeno soon sent out some troops and caught all the monsters. They didn't leave a single one behind. We never heard about those pebbles again, nor have we found more of them in the mines.
Sounds valuable.
And you know the rest. Now we've exhausted the runium, and more strange-looking critters have appeared. So it's not safe to go back there. We left them completely deserted.
Please take a look at this, Mr. Knut.
Winsong sketches fervently as Knut lumbers towards her with a curious eye.
No, their claws were thicker than a polar bear's.
Oh, those things.
Ah, but these are closer.
The ones that invaded the room.
These monsters had much larger teeth. They almost look like old mining picks. And no ears.
Could they be some kind of Hoytuk?
Yes, this one looked just like the creatures.
Wow, such a subtle difference.
True, then it may be another big fish that has come here to feed.
It is true. You can ask around. Many of the other workers have seen it.
So, the color of a Hoytuk is bright yellow, and that matches with these bright yellow lines I've traced here on the map. They are burrowing animals, often living as deep as 50 meters underground, so if they were here, that must mean... that there must be some undiscovered resource here.
The corners of her mouth curl as she mutters the words.
Talk of undiscovered resources would be music to our ears, miss.
I don't want to get your hopes up. It's still too early to draw any conclusions.
Yet, the corner of your mouth is suggesting the opposite.
I must be cautious before confirming there really is a new resource. Nonetheless, it's a silver lining. Thank you, Mr. Knut.
Think nothing of it, miss. Maybe one day you and your research will return the favor.
I will, if I can.
She reaches out a hand, and he shakes it heartily with warm strength.
I hope your work here can be resumed shortly.
Don't worry about us. We will find a way to drive those critters away and start production once again. We have all our brothers and sisters with us, and these machines still run perfectly.
Even though they're rusted.
As long as we continue to put in our best effort, there's no reason why things won't get better.
He passed the trembling, coughing machines with affection, like embracing an old friend.
Is this exceptionally positive spirit common with the people here?
Kinda have to. It's kinda bleak out here.
Well, can't blame us for that. There are very few places in the world like Rayashki. Here, everyone earns their food and their rest through working hard together. Then outside of work, ice hockey, learning courses, even music lessons. Not everyone is as lucky as us. That is why we won't let Rayashki die.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
With busy hands and open hearts, Rayashki will live on. It will grow stronger, glowing as brightly as these furnaces.
Something brilliant indeed burns within those furnaces. A product greater than any ore or slag, emerging from the melding of purpose and sweat. The pen that stopped stirs once again. But this time, she seems to be sketching out something far harder to picture.
I have to say, Rayashki is truly a curious place.
Winsong mutters to herself.
It has a spirit which I've never found elsewhere. Yes. Perhaps that's what was missing from the study of ley lines in the past.
I think something invaded the place. An odd sound interrupts her contemplation. The sunflower pats against the boy's belly.
Miss Winsong, would you like to meet Mr. Patrick?
Who's Mr. Patrick? The friendly bear Canute nods with an understanding smile.
It's time to go to the canteen, boys and girls. Eat well, and you'll grow strong.
I see.
Patrick knows how to feed you well. He's the best cook in town. But I would suggest you be careful with that one, if you don't want to get stuck with his endless chatter all night.
I have never been to the canteen. I stayed out of that area in my previous, visits to avoid unwanted trouble.
Previous visits.
Forward to Comrade Blinche.
That's correct, stretchy, miss. I look forward to hearing good news from you.
Canute waves them off before settling back into his world of metal. The churning and wheezing of machinery replacing words. The canteen buzzes with a din of workers. The din? The children weave through the busy hall, leaving Winsong by the hand. Leading. Hey, it's not a bad canteen for out-of-the-way place.
This is our canteen. We play hide and seek here when we're hungry. Comrade stew and potato piroshki are always the easiest to find. They're not very clever either. But Comrade Blinchik is very good at the game. He can only be found at dinners on Friday.
What is a Blinchik?
We have good food, like mashed potatoes and boiled potatoes and potato stew.
That's a lot of potatoes, kid.
Mr. Patrick said a good cook can turn even simple ingredients into delicious food.
I think you need a little bit more protein, though. Nina casts a glance around her before she speaks softly.
The grown-ups are so kind to us. Sometimes they give us their cheese and salad, so they only have potatoes to eat.
Don't cry, Nina. Remember when you shared your Lenka with everyone? When we grow up, it'll be our turn to help the grown-ups with our potatoes.
There's an awareness in them, a gravity few children possess at their age. Thankfully, some do retain their blissful innocence, like August.
We also have the Tin Hat Festival, when they give us metal hats with food in them.
August, it's called a Workers' Festival. We have it every month. Everyone must sit in a circle in the canteen and sing songs, and Miss Villa plays the accordion for us. We each get a can of food in it. Sometimes it's tushonka, sometimes it's salad, sometimes sprouts.
Tushonka.
Yes.
I remember that
After
name.
the Tin Hat Festival, we would bury our tin hats in the ground. Yellow ones, red ones, and white ones. Then tiny trees will come out from them next year.
What?
I have told you many times, they are not tin seeds, and they don't grow into trees. They are just tin cans. We only bury them so they won't pollute the snow.
The subject of the debate flips a sudden switch in Winsong's mind. The revelation flicking into light.
Piles of tin cans. Food.
She unfolds a ley energy map, pointing to the last blurred area of interwoven lines and traces. What is this
Those
thing?
empty cans you mentioned, did you store them here?
Oh, I know this place. That's where the adults dug a big hole. They put some things inside. It's covered up with rocks and ice now.
Rocks and ice.
Yes, Pasono is right. That's where the grown-ups put all our old metal after they make them into little cubes.
Little
Miss
cubes.
Vila said it helps keep our town and the whole region clean. Why? What's wrong with that place?
I'm trying to figure out what the heck these are. If there's any real-life equivalent
thrilled.
or something else.
There must be lots of big fish left to be found around there. If I can write a report and provide a practical plan, maybe I can get I mean, I could request reinforcements.
She halts, swallowing back the unfriendly name.
Yay! School trip! School trip!
This is no trip, children. I'm not going there for a hike. You must stay in town and be good. That goes for every one of you. Understood?
Her resolution fails before she even finishes. Oh no. The children protest rise in a disordered chorus, drowning out all other surrounding sounds, only to be matched by the static fizz of an announcement. Not this guy again. Windsong clutches at a thin straw of salvation.
Shh! Quiet, kids!
Attention, please. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, we will be holding our final hearing. In this meeting, we hope to finalize our next steps and answer any remaining questions. We look forward to seeing you there.
Well, time limit has been added. You have until the morning to get all the evidence you need. That's cutting it close as far as deadlines go. Yeah, hate that. Deadlines. Alright then, let's see. Heavier than knowledge. Heavier? What? Bertolt leans back in his armchair, casting a fleeting glance forward before his head falls.
What's this? Are you planning on getting a job with Xeno too?
Huh?
It says here you've been staying in this town for months, but it seems you're not on our list for potential recruitment from Rayashki.
Because she's not for... Wait, months? He's been here for months? The smile on his face seems as affably saccharine as ever.
I should remind you, for you researchers, what you produce tells much more about you than your efforts.
That's precisely why I'm here.
Go on.
He finally deigns to raise his head up.
Based on the recent investigations, I'm confident that there is a new energy source in the area that has yet to be discovered.
Yet to be discovered has not been discovered.
And that's it? We already believed there was something here when we sent you out in the first place. You were sent here to find it. Instead, all you do is confirm what we already knew.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was gonna go that way.
But you said that perpetual energy was just a myth, didn't you?
Of course it wasn't just a myth, lady. Why else would we ask you to investigate here in the first place?
Winsong gives a frown that slips, quite intentionally, into a scowl.
Do you have anything else to report?
No, but I do need your help. I will need an armed squad to come with me to the mining sites so that I can continue my investigations into this subject. I'm afraid I don't know how long it will take. It also depends on the number of soldiers you can spare for the task.
Not very good at negotiation, she is. But this guy's also not
You have
budging.
a terrible sense of humor.
I'm not being funny. You want more research on the new resource too, don't you?
Miss Winsong, do you really think this is even a remotely reasonable request? Critters are running rampant in the area, and you demand help to verify what is, as far as I can see, a highly questionable conclusion. Why should I waste Xeno's time and resources on this? Not to mention, putting the lives of our soldiers at risk.
If you have doubts, please take a look at these files.
The researcher dives her hands into her bag but is met with a wave of dismissal.
And let me guess, you learned all this from your study of ley lines? To date, the theory of ley lines has neither been approved by the Arcane Study Review Association, nor accepted by the Project Assessment of Human Science and Technology. It has 0 academic achievements, 0 endorsements, and aside from the questionable example in front of me, 0 researchers.
That's all only a temporary setback.
Ms. Vinsong, I sympathize with the awkward situation I have put you in. However, Xeno simply cannot afford to waste resources on a proposal without any solid evidence.
Fair, but also I want to punch this guy's face.
I will give you something. All I need is a bit of help up front. I promise.
The look in his eyes is glazed, bored, but Winsong does not falter.
Did you not come here to deal with these critters? Then what's the fuss about? Can't you deal with them while accompanying me to these mining sites as well?
Bertolt's eyes widen, now unglazed, as he rises. He paces silently, drifting at first, then proceeding to the windowsill.
I'm afraid you've got our intentions altogether wrong.
The windows close tightly, sealing the last whispers of wind from the outside. Doesn't want anyone to hear this, I see.
Xeno is here for one thing only. A source of perpetual energy. This is what you have been tasked to find, with the resources you were given. We won't approve any further requests until you have a solid lead. We aren't paying you for a charity mission.
So then you never planned on controlling the critters here. The squad you brought here was to control the town?
Yeah, more or less. More or less.
A force sufficient to deal with the critters would have attracted unwanted attention from our rivals. It is not in our interests to share this town or its resources. I'm sure you can see that.
So even if we do find the resource for you, you won't leave this town or its people alone.
We're talking about the ultimate energy source of Arcanum. Do you think we will just walk away and leave it to be squandered by a bunch of ignorant peasants and miners?
Wow.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Bertolt's smile fades like a bad aftertaste.
What we are going to do with Rayashki should be of no concern to you. We have made every arrangement for them. We aren't monsters. Before the final decision is made, we will continue to help the locals as much as we can. Including you.
Before the wild-eyed researcher can voice her dissent, Bertolt steers the conversation with well-practiced ease. Wordlessly, he draws out an attractive-looking document and slides it across the table toward her. What is this?
Is this?
You seem surprised.
Recommendation
Isn't it
letter.
what you have always wanted? With Xeno's endorsement, you will be able to teach your program in any university. We have prepared this gesture of our good faith in you. Now, it's your turn to show yours. Forget about an armed squad. They have more important things to do. You're on your own, my friend. But prove to us that you can do this job and bring us the best answer you can give.
I want to smack this guy's face. The pale letterhead stings Winsong's fingertips.
And this piece of paper will be yours when you complete your mission.
I understand.
See that you do. Good luck out there, Miss Winsong.
Like, not my problem. Not my problem. Deep footprints, now half buried in fresh snow, trace the path of the researcher's determined march behind her. And it is snowing quite heavily. Her courage, passion, and body temperature rapidly cooling against the blizzard.
Was I out of my mind? He was just trying to get me out of his office. He threw a carrot out of the window and I chased right after it like a blinded mule. Still.
Probably don't owe the guy anything anyway, so... Her hand lingers on the paper nestled within her pocket.
Maybe this carrot is too good to let go.
With a sigh of resignation, she reaches deeper.
Focus. Once I fill the gaps in my data, I will be able to pitch it to Xeno, and all subsequent research won't be a problem anymore. The primary food sources for Hoytuk are raw minerals underground. Those processed metals only keep them from starving to death. They wouldn't have gone across any icy ocean just to gnaw on old equipment and trash. All I need to do is find a trace of their activity so that I can learn about their current conditions, and from there, locate their other food sources. Stay calm. Hoytuk are gentle creatures. They rarely attack humans. I just need to be cautious.
Oh, wait. Her internal struggles will have to wait as more practical problems loom larger. The blizzard has covered almost everything, leaving a few cans to poke out, rattling along with the wind.
All right, change of direction. If I were to look down instead of looking forward, maybe I should scan the area and follow where the ley energy is leading, just like I did at Silbury Hill. Of course, I hope the outcome will be different this time.
She surveys the expanse of boundless snow.
Before all that, I need to clear out this place. Природа — это числа и черты. Природа — это мозаика цветов.
The soil churns in slurry waves along the seashore, a mix of mud, snow, and what? Water? Stone. A violent resonance spreads beyond it, one to which he is completely unaware, and these things start coming up. Clearly, these creatures harbor some discontent at these scars on their land.
Shoot. Now I've done it. Those vestigial digging teeth, the 3 fingers long tearing teeth, these are not Hoytuk.
Well, glad you figured that out before they did anything. They bear their teeth and claws in a rhythmic way, like a primitive pre-feeding
These
ritual.
scaled wings must be for swimming. Then you must be... Mutant Kikituk from the Olga area. You should be at the Olga Strait hunting for migrating salmon and whales, not here.
Whales? Those are kind of big. Whales are kind of big. The Kikituks can no longer contain themselves and pounce towards Windsong.
Who ate beans?
Well, I mean, they're kind of big too, so I guess it makes sense.
Let the show
They kind of look like mini
begin.
orcas,
Check my
if you think about it.
It could be even
Windsong sits slumped on the ground, gasping for air. Their fury has not yet abated. The creatures hold their ground.
Why would you come here? What inspired you to trek across the ocean just to hunt for humans?
Her aggressors show no sign of understanding. Of course not. They inch closer, drooping from their mouths.
It seems while their claws and teeth have degraded, their reflex is much quicker than a Hoytuk's. They perceived my approach even though I used my ley line reader as a dampener.
Oh, I hear a gun. A rumble, distant and near, drowns out her sigh. A gunshot hammers out nearby, the shot landing on one of the snarling Kikituk. The bolt is drawn back. The familiar sound sends another scurrying away.
Get out! Get out of here! I'll cover you!
More gunfire thunders over and over until the last Kikituk abandons their position.
Thank you, sir.
Composing herself, the researcher immediately returns to her work.
Yevgeny, the kids told me about a can pile. Is it nearby?
Can pile?
He furrows his brow, motioning with his eyes to some hilly snowdrifts nearby.
They must be talking about our waste metal. I'm afraid it's gone, Miss Windsong. Maybe animals dug it all out, or maybe those little monsters ate it.
Do you know if that happened before or after the Runian mines ran dry?
I'm not sure.
Evgeny's brow furrows again, this time casting a surveying glance at her scattered instruments.
You shouldn't be here. There's nothing of value to find in this place. And you're not supposed to be using this arcane equipment here either. We have a better way to deal with these fierce little monsters. What you're doing will just attract more of them.
His statement rattles her.
You can drive away the Kikituks?
Not anymore. We don't have much left to fight them off with. Zeno didn't bring any equipment for our team, let alone any weapons. Go. Leave before it's too late.
He carefully checks the rifle in his hand.
What if I don't want to just give up?
Evgeny slows down, making his inspection come across as even more deliberate.
I've seen your residence application. You say you are a researcher. Then you should be clever enough not to go down a fruitless and dangerous path.
I admit that what I am doing here is reckless, and maybe I'm just motivated by my own selfish interests, but I can't just walk away from my commitments. You have lived in Rayashki for a long time. You know what commitment means here much better than I do.
There is a shift in his face as he turns away from her.
I won't give it up so easily. Just like the people here won't give away their land like nothing.
It's stubbornness. That's all. They should have gone to other places and put their talents to good use, rather than staying here to fight for nothing.
Windsong holds a stare, lifting her chin to match up to him.
Is that why you gave away the town so easily to Zeno? Do you really even know your neighbors?
I have lived and worked together with them for decades. Don't be ridiculous. I agree with Zeno's perspective.
I've been to many places, and I have encountered many people like you. Stuck-up leader types. making decisions on behalf of other people because it's what's good for them.
And they should listen, just as you should now.
He braces the rifle as he motions her back and scans the near horizon.
It's my responsibility to protect everyone, to do right by them. I will make them see it tomorrow at the hearing.
I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of, I feel like it's just yeah. There's just too much snow around here. Way too much snow. The only days left? What do you mean the only days left? There's only like 1 day left. People stream in from all directions. Or all over. They now stand at the crossroads of the town's fate.
People of Rayashki, my dear friends, good day to you all.
Wow, you don't even get a chance.
Over the past 2 days, Sino has assessed the potential risks and benefits in the area and held hearings on what should be done about the future of this town. Our hearings saw very limited attendance. We've taken that to be a gesture of approval.
Or dissent.
Mr. Evgeny has put in a great effort helping to make these changes happen. We all owe him a great deal. Thank you, sir.
He motions to Evgeny at his side. A freshly printed document unfurls before all present. Xeno seals stamped deliberately in the most prominent position.
Please believe that we have made the best decision we could for you.
Initiatives.
We all know the runium here has run dry, and the land has been exhausted of all further material wealth. Now and into the foreseeable future. As a result, your local processing factory has lost its intended purpose. What's more, Sino has changed our cooperation strategy. Though your town's loyalty will never be forgotten, we must have a sober-minded view of its costs and benefits. To sum up, our final decision is that we will be ending operations and all future cooperation between Sino and Rayashki.
Wow, over the loudspeaker too. A heavy hammer swings in the square, producing a whistling sound.
Well, Mr. Birtuet, you have just got here. Perhaps you didn't have enough time to get to know us well enough. Rayashki's value is not just in Arunium. We have many other factories too.
Urgent words of protest flood in from all sides.
Yes, you have a brick factory, a power plant, many forklifts, a smattering of conveyor belts. But all these were all built and suited for only the processing of runium ore. Without the ore, they simply have no benefit to us.
The crowd murmurs, voices bubbling up and simmering like boiling water. Bertolt wraps the table, ending the broil.
Now that you have full knowledge of the situation and our intentions, we want to assure you that your loyalty has not been forgotten. So we have generously prepared 2 choices for the future of Rayashki.
2 choices. Okay.
Firstly, Sino believes that you have many valuable qualities. The determination and skills you've shown in the past year of our cooperation have proved that your people can be a great asset to us.
Bertolt scans across the faces looking back at him.
Indeed. Many of you already meet the entrance requirements to join Xeno. Therefore, on behalf of Xeno Arms Academy, I wish to extend a heartfelt invitation to you. leave Rayashki, join us, and work for one of our other branches as members of Xeno.
What are you saying? You want us to abandon our home for some promise of a job?
Calm down, Mr. Knut. This is not about abandoning your home. It's about joining us in our efforts to contribute to world peace through a more optimized allocation of manpower.
So you're just going to pack us all up and ship us away to work for Xeno?
Basically.
You misunderstand, madam.
He closes the folder, looking conspicuously towards the children beside Windsong.
Every year, Xeno dismisses 4% of our employees because they failed to pass our rigorous work reviews. And the number of our colleagues that are killed in the line of duty is even larger still. Working for Xeno is a privilege, not a gift.
Privilege to die?
That's why
Privilege to be
only a small number
dismissed?
of you will be allowed to come and work for us. What? Now, according to Article 58 in the section on protection of Arcanist rights, signed at the Event Horizon Convention, we will provide basic supplies for any residents who haven't been offered a position with Xeno. They will be transferred immediately to the nearest relief station until our social workers contact them for further arrangements.
So then, you're suggesting you will send our children and elderly away to some kind of refugee station?
Basically.
And the rest of us must go to work for Xena without any questions? Pridurak! This is total rubbish!
He waves off, then pushes aside the Xeno soldier in front of him.
Sir, please lower your voice.
Well, you would be glad to know that your work experience in particular is valuable to Xeno, Mr. Knut.
He attempts a pat on Knut's shoulder, who shrugs him off. But Bertolt acts entirely unfazed, unfolding the document further.
If you're not interested in our first plan, we have another.
Alright, what's plan B? This better be good.
If the residents in the area prove reluctant to relocate, Xeno can offer another alternative. As stated earlier, Rayashki is a remote town that possesses some significant industrial infrastructure. Therefore, it could be considered an ideal location for a new complex of arms factories. There would be a need to substantially upgrade the Rayashki Wharf, to turn it into one of the seaports Xeno plans to build across the globe. Additionally, a radio station will be constructed within the town, which will better facilitate our communications throughout the Arctic region so as to stabilize and coordinate with the other powers in the area.
I don't think the town likes that option.
We will now be passing out forms, listing the options I've presented. Please fill them in with your choice.
So your only other option is to turn Rayashki into some kind of military base under Xeno's control?
I won't put it so bluntly, but you're not incorrect.
At least he
Our
admits
resources,
it.
as much as anyone's, are limited, and they must be put to good use. We cannot afford to waste them on strategically useless, costly people and places.
Useless.
If you want Xeno to help you, you should be able to give us something in return. Don't you agree?
He folds the proposal again with satisfaction. The crowd heaves in protest, held at bay by the soldiers around Bertolt.
So Yevgeny, this is the best choice you made for all of us?
I must speak in Mr. Evgeny's defense. He is committed to his duty and only wishes to do what he can for his compatriots.
Shameless! All you've done is sold us out!
You tell them, Knut.
Do you think it's getting a bit windy lately? Clearly, with all the hot air in Evgeny's head, his mind has been blown away.
Countless eyes falls on Evgeny. Disappointed. Sadness. Perhaps something more complex.
I swear to you, I'm not doing this out of my own interest. Comrades, there are many better places in this world, and you have better purposes to fulfill. You shouldn't waste your time here.
The bear of a man puffs up with anger.
Let's all calm down, my friends. It's time to be reasonable. Think carefully. Zeno has been very generous regarding the offers before you.
He readies himself as if about to launch into a grand prepared speech, but his hand trembles. A chill wind sweeps over him.
Now that's ridiculous. We won't let you take away our family and friends, nor are we about to let you turn our town into a puppet state.
We will stay here, no matter what.
Comrades, I understand how you feel right now. But we must face the cruel reality of our situation.
And you're willing to send away our own people, or give up on all we've built here because of this so-called reality?
It is the only way forward. If we continue to stay here without any help, it will be the end of us either way.
Do we have to turn to Zeno for this help?
Point. Evgeny fails to react at first, but a defeated expression comes over him.
The truth is, just as Rayashki's economy has been dependent on Runion, we remain dependent on Zeno. Without them, at the present rate of consumption, we will be out of supplies and materials within a year.
A silent tidal wave sweeps over those assembled. The researcher observes the change with harsh recognition.
The situation looks bad.
Now, get back out there then.
Zeno is determined to gain control over this place.
She touches the unsealed letter. Her fingers jump away as if it had been electrified.
But if I complete the task as Zeno requested, does it mean...
Bertolt's words echo in her ears.
I will shatter their dream? And what about my dream?
The words stick in her throat.
Did the people who refused to acknowledge the study of ley lines act out of the same self-interest? I've seen this happen so many times before. A simple dream is made to face a cruel reality, where the clever ones give up and leave, and the stubborn fools remain, waiting to be crushed. We asked for our misery.
She turns, her mixed feelings refusing to settle. The wall soldiers and suppress most of the dissent in the square. But still, some bravely charge forward.
Wait.
Well, it's a riot now.
I'm not finished.
Bertolt dismisses her with his hand as he leaves the stage.
But I am Miss Villa.
I'm surprised that Gaia actually knows some people's names. The researcher remains stunned, but this potent chemistry of hope and resolve begins to catalyze something in her. Well, get moving.
Sir, with all due respect, I can't complete this task alone. As an ordinary researcher, I can relate to them. Please, forgive me for interrupting.
She lifts her head proudly, looking out in the direction of the crowd.
I have heard so much about Rayashki these days. They started from nothing, but bit by bit they accomplished the impossible. Their voice should be heard. Природа — это числа и черты.
The soil and snow under her feet become imbued with new life, rising up around her. They clamp onto military boots and surge up into gun barrels, plugging them up in a comical fashion. The teacher seizes on this opportunity. She climbs over the wall of confused soldiers and charges forward.
Mr. Boto, we can't hold them any longer.
Oh, we actually get into a fight? We're actually getting into a fight? Alrighty then.
Excellent. Get ready to step onto the stage.
No worries.
Could be fun. You are rational numbers.
I mean, it's not unusual to see Jessa installation right there, but that's kind of funny still. It's still kind of funny to see.
Begin. There's a bubble. Enough. There's a bubble.
Victory secure. I should excuse myself.
What is surprise mode? Their conflict ceases. Scaly palms forcibly grab Bertolt's arm, sharp nails tearing at his sleeve.
Now, will you listen to me?
A clean new ledger is stuffed into Bertolt's hand.
We don't need your help. Your soldiers and your tyranny are no longer welcome here.
Villa turns around to face her people.
Comrades, what do you say? Shall we solve the problem with the strength of our own hands and hearts?
It's like, oh well, I did what I could.
What else can we do? This is what we've always done when there was a problem.
There will be more solutions than problems if we work together.
If I must die, I will die here with all of you.
Stop talking nonsense, you idiot! Nobody is going to die.
Rayashki belongs to all of us. We will stand with it till its last moment.
The sudden surge of conviction and unity cows the guards as they move. Move what? Move where? As they move backwards, many blush with shame.
They might say they're just ordinary people, but they are so brave and noble.
Well, that one has been dealt with, but there's still other issues. There's still other issues. I was like, what are you gonna do now? What are you gonna do now? A lonely researcher aimlessly paces through Rayashki Square. The town's cold wind clearly cannot smooth the wrinkles of her brow.
Could I really have traded the future of these people away from my ley line studies? Zeno. I was a mule chasing after a carrot on a stick. They lured me here all so I could help ruin everything.
Her voice bursts up from her chest.
You seem to be in a good mood.
Good mood? She's kind of pissed off. I don't know about good mood, though.
We taught Zeno a lesson. They were forced to leave with their devil's bargains and tails stuck behind them. We fought back, finally. A nice little trick that was. Thank you, Comrade Winsong.
She's comrade now. She smiles at Winsong, giving her a wink.
We all know who the mysterious hero was that gave us a helping hand.
I didn't do anything.
It's no shame to have helped your friends, not to mention to stand up to Zeno. Have more confidence in yourself, Comrade Winsong.
But will you really gain anything from this fight?
Not sure. But we have to do something, right? That's why I'm here.
To talk to me? I don't know why, but Miss Vila, you must have thought too much of me. In fact, I'm only a simple researcher. I'm not powerful enough to change Zeno's decision.
You are the one thinking too much, Comrade Winsong. Your ley line lessons were much more popular than you think. They have had a positive effect on the children.
On the children?
Now they are looking at the bigger picture and observing the world in a more detailed way. You've unleashed their curiosity. Is the aurora the bubbles spit out by the stars? They form such a beautiful map. Do they study ley lines too?
I'm pretty sure August... Vila feigns distress, shaking her head with a pretended childlike premonition.
But it remains the case that the study of ley lines has never been verified. For all its ambitions, only a limited number of people studied it in the past decades, and that number is decreasing even now.
Vila nods thoughtfully. Wait, you never saw the scales before?
Not some skin problem, but my past.
You never saw the scales before.
Rusalka.
Rusalka? You mean the mermaid from folklore?
Oh, that's an actual thing?
My people used to live in a far secluded place in the north, away from the humans. For hundreds of years, there was only hostility, plunder, and slaughter between us and them. We only started to learn more about each other in the last few decades, and then I was born. It's been a hard life growing up within human society, but I've become used to it. Still, some things never got easier. Most humans still thought I was a freak. They welcomed me with mocking, sarcasm, and contempt for my people, my heritage. As for the Rusalki, they too found the half-blooded mermaid unacceptable. They didn't approve of my living among the humans, forcing me to live as a fugitive in Moscow and St. Petersburg.
Half-blooded. It was a nauseating term, one separating the Rusalki from the scaleless humans who had stolen their homeland. An ancient myth that was a source of enduring hatred between Rusalki and humans.
They tried to catch me by every means possible, so they could wash away the stain they saw in me.
That sounds very difficult.
Humans have stigmatized and haunted the Rusalki for centuries, while Rusalki still have the instinct to attack and plunder human ships even now. How are they supposed to make peace in such little time? That was what I thought years ago. Then I came to this town.
She surveys the white land. The unifying cover of snow removes all the distinctions, differences, and flaws.
A wonderful world where humans and Rusalki could live in peace. I was finally convinced. In Rayashki, everyone can make contributions with their skills, whether you are a human, a rusalka, or a ley line researcher. I don't mean to give you more stress or push you. You will always be our friend, whatever your choices. But this is not an unreachable dream. It's real.
A familiar phrase wells up inside her again. Conjure from a long silence past. Flashback time. The girl, then much thinner and more stubborn than now, couldn't help but cheer. The other lay hunters failed to take notice as they combed through their scattered papers.
The editor of the environmental research agreed to publish our report, finally! But he only gave us 5,000 words.
5,000?
On the last few pages. Undoubtedly, it's still a good start. Our first step to reviving the study of ley lines.
Winsong beams with excitement, clumsily sprawling over the table to select from their papers. Dull, dry theories shine anew, bright and vivid in her eyes. A table of twinkling stars. Yet these stars must shine against an all-consuming field of darkness.
That's it, I give up. Maybe I'll study something else, like urban planning or landscape design.
Landscape design?
At least I can make a living that way.
Winsong remains buried in her heap of books and manuscripts, oblivious to the loss.
The study of ley lines is outdated. Everyone agrees now that it can't be verified by science. This whole study was a dead end. Ley lines are only a baseless theory of arcanum.
And there she goes. The old papers on the table filled with nothing more than nonsense and wasted ink. At least that's how the world received it.
I tried talking about our study of ley lines with other arcanists, but almost no one has ever heard of it. They are more interested in Laplace's breakthroughs. Or anecdotes in their own fields, like the chaotic energy sampling mentioned in the paper written by the Butterfly of Lorentz.
The stars have dimmed, and she's the only one left.
So, maybe it is an unreachable dream?
Flashback. Over. A long moment of wistful distraction falls back into reality. After much hesitation, she begins to speak again.
I do wish I could help, but it would take a lot of resources to verify the theory behind ley lines. There may be even danger and sacrifice. Even Zeno has paid little attention to my research. They only see it as a means to an end. Researchers in other fields can stand on the shoulders of giants, while I don't even have a school to return to. I doubt that the study of ley lines will help you much.
She retreats a few steps back.
I see. Well, thank you for your honesty, Comrade Winsong.
Vila looks away, holding the regret deep in her chest.
I'm sorry.
До скорой встречи.
До встречи, Vila.
She bows her head and turns, taking a few more difficult steps away. Perhaps it was her unattainable dream of revival that slowed her, or the weight of all that had gone wrong.
Comrade Winsong.
And yet she still chases anyway. A burst of light steps leap toward her once more.
Don't forget your next lesson. The children are still waiting.
But the town is...
Life must continue, comrade. We can't let our worries stop us.
Okay.
Well, guess she's gonna be in town for a tiny bit longer. Alright then. Guess we're back in the classroom here. The night train? What night train? There are no trains here. As the chalk marks its final stroke, the lecturer exhales a long breath.
Class is over.
And yeah,
Thank goodness I still remembered the basic premises of ley lines in biology.
She's still teaching here.
Feel free to ask me any questions. Cheer up, little ones. There won't be any exams for this subject.
She offers a hesitant joke to ease the awkwardness of the class. But the usual playful responses never emerge. What's wrong, kids? She turns to face a class that must be bored, asleep, maybe distracted. She's met instead by clear and focused eyes.
Miss Winsong, are you going to dig up those potatoes alone again?
Is there anything we can do to help you? Miss Vila said we will work together to beat the critters out there. That we will find their weakness as long as we finish the map with you.
Perceptive little kids, what the heck?
Just like how you taught us to. Kikirin are not dangerous at all. They are plant-eating critters and pose little threat to humans.
I have ropes, flowers, and white gloves. We will dig up a lot of potatoes together. Piotr is strong. He can move any rocks that are in our way. Nina can prepare a kettle of warm water for everyone. And...
The children's voices rise and fall. What began as an icy determination soon melts into a cascade of sobbing tears.
I'm sorry, little ones. I wish I could verify all the theories we've been working on, but...
She affixes Rayashki's LULdog map to the blackboard, circling an empty void.
As you can see, a critical part is missing. It might take months to finish it. Besides, there may be even more dangerous critters in that area.
then the town will become the witch's new castle. Or perhaps an empty castle.
Her attempt to turn the mood again falls flat. A merciful bell rings out the dreary topic. Like a dirge. Thankfully, the next teacher arrives swiftly to relieve her.
Quiet, children.
She holds her gaze firm, sweeping over the assembled children.
Wipe your tears and cheer up. Our Rayashki will stand strong.
Really?
But what are you going to do?
Winsong is taken aback at first, then, contemplating the possibility, she delicately weighs her words.
Vila, I hope you aren't seriously considering Xenos.
Of course not. They might try, but we will never give in. No matter what, for now, we must find a way to protect our town. We will need a shelter from these critters. We've all decided to stay.
The curtains part and the sunlight pours in from outside.
Look outside, children. Each and every one of us is doing what we can to hold our town together.
Knut's factory is spitting out puffy bubbles?
The workers are going to transform the abandoned factories into something useful. They're cleaning the ore and debris there. Not an easy job.
Oh, I guess they are bubbles.
After that, we will start new production lines and cooperate with the surrounding cities. We will grow potatoes, breed fish, and make canned food. We will find our strength together.
Are we putting makeup on the factories? We can paint their faces and put beautiful garlands on them.
So, what is Mr. Patrick doing?
Everyone's waiting in line. Is it the Teen Hat Festival again?
Guess, but it must be
I'm
rations.
sorry, Avgust. I think we will have to live without our tin hats and Comrade Blinchik for a long time. They are signing on to a reform of our rationing. To transform our factories, we need to cut down the budget for the canteen.
Oh, thank you for your sacrifice, Comrade Blinchik. You deserve a medal and some chocolate.
Look! The bulldozers are tearing down those houses.
Yes, we all agreed to exchange some of our living space for more land to grow food.
The children crowd the window, silent but beaming with pride, as if paying tribute. Windsong follows Villa's narrative to its conclusion.
The price is much higher than it first seemed. Is it worth it?
It's pretty drastic, not gonna lie.
Of course. You cannot find what we have here in Zeno's barracks or in the relief camp. You can't find it anywhere in the world. Think about the old comrades and the babies. They're the past and the future of Rayashki. How could we leave them behind or subject them to Zeno's whims?
Mechanical sounds from outside carry across the snow from afar, as if the land itself is calling.
No one shall ever be abandoned in Rayashki.
I think people out there would be envious if they saw what you are doing here.
She doesn't press further. It is a pretty small town too, so they
We
could do
really
it.
aren't doing anything so special. We're only doing our job, our duty to one another.
Her scales and spines have risen, though whether it's a sign of pride or fear, she can't stay.
There are lots of conflicts out there. Conflicts like the one between humans and Rusalki. Like the ones that mocked the study of ley lines and dissolved our school. They did so simply because it might take from their funds or steal their glory. Everyone forever building walls just to keep separated from each other. Hoarding whatever they could get their hands on. Then they blame the aftermath, the harm they do to others on cruel realities. Cruel reality. It seems to be everyone's mortal enemy, the cause of all suffering, war, greed, the perfect excuse to never care.
Her voice trails into a mutter.
But things are different in Rayashki. They took me in unconditionally when I came here, and they stayed friendly for a week, a month, a year, and even now. So naturally, it became my dream too. Everyone here shares a beautiful dream. A dream that we can work and enjoy life together. That someday, there will be no more conflicts between people or worries about tomorrow. That everyone will be able to work to achieve their passions, whatever field they wish to pursue. A utopia. It's not just a way of life for now, but the future we're always trying to reach. I've spread the study of ley lines in Rayashki, along with its potential.
simple invitation catches Winsong's eye, with dense, messy signatures filling every possible space.
They showed great interest. The study tells us about the secrets that could lie beneath the earth after all. Perhaps it will bring hope to Rayashki.
But I'm not one of you.
You taught the children something new, and you helped us explore our town's potential, didn't you? Everyone here is more than happy to help you. You know, Comrade Knut has been boasting about the assistance he was able to provide for your studies. And many others are envious. They want to help you too. More importantly, you already have a group of curious students here willing to study your theory. Now, allow me to ask you again, Comrade Winsong. Would you hold a lecture on ley lines for all the citizens of Rayashki?
Ooh.
Even though my research doesn't have any endorsements or achievements?
Of course. Perhaps we can be the first to endorse it after your lecture.
You're being far too obvious in your recruitment tactics.
Vila smiles, ignoring her faint protest.
The world is not a beautiful place. Poverty, privilege, egoism, exclusivism, so many problems. But that doesn't mean it can't get better in the future. Perhaps the experiment we're doing in Rayashki now will become the symbol of a better future. A new world where all races and ideas can coexist. Well, of course it may fail and end up a ruin. But at least we've tried.
She watches Vila standing proudly as if gazing at a great ship bound for distant shores. Venturing all, never shrinking back.
We love our home, and we're ready to devote our lives to it.
I can't shake the feeling you're inviting me aboard a leaky boat that could sink at any moment.
And she's the one who's gonna be sinking it.
Maybe, Comrade Winsong. But should we sink, remember your friend is a Rusalka, and we do well underwater.
Winsong blinks, half wondering if her new friend has gone mad. And finding it matters still that she is reaching out so solemnly, accept the invitation.
What an honor.
I'm just kind of curious what they find underground. I mean, you know they're gonna find something, but what are they gonna find? Let's see. So long, Zeno. I thought you guys said so long to them a long time ago. The crowd has gathered together again. It is a familiar place, one she's visited in dreams before. This time, though, her watchers seem more curious than doubtful. Their eager eyes follow her every move.
Today, I'm going to introduce the study of ley lines and the progress of my research on the Rayashki.
Winsong takes a deep breath, pulling out a few pages of research notes. The pages are passed from hand to hand, stirring excitement.
Thanks to your help, I have finished the drafts of the town's ley energy map. And I have confirmed the presence of many precious resources.
Actually confirmed?
Through these colorful lines?
These lines and spots show us the state of local ley energy. Each color represents a different concentration of creatures or minerals. Simply put, this area covered in frozen earth and frost contains many rich resource veins. These gray marks symbolize them, They are located in most of the corners of the map, all of them outside of town.
Oh, maybe that's why Grandpa said we couldn't grow anything here in the beginning. They eventually solved that problem by importing rich black topsoil for our fields.
That would make sense.
As for the runium you've mined to make a living, look at the dark gray marks. According to the map, they are becoming increasingly scattered and faint, so it can be hard to see them. Besides resources, we can also find concentrations of different creatures using the map. The navy blue marks represent the Kikirn, while the aqua green ones represent the mutant Kikirn from the wharf. They feed on plants, and you can find their traces in many corners of the town. The red-brown marks are the Kikituks, an aggressive species. They're vicious by nature and prey on just about anything arcane they can find, even other creatures.
I feel as though my head is going to explode from all this new information. Can you explain a little simpler for this old workhorse, Comrade Winsong?
Of course.
She proudly produces a small handful of fluff.
This sample comes from a Kikituk in the mine. I took it with Mr. Yevgeny's help.
You actually helped her?
Seems like just a normal piece of fluff, no matter how I look at it.
Yes, and in most people's eyes, it's nothing more than that. But in a lay hunter's eyes, it reveals a great deal of information. The navy blue marks and the red-brown ones seem to mix together, and there are also dark gray ones popping out among them. So, it looks like our Mr. Kikituk ate well. Perhaps he had a kikin soup with a runium-flavored kefir.
Looks like these critters have realized our dream long before we could.
But what about those black marks? If my memory serves me right, the map you just showed us had those black marks too.
Yes, but they don't match any creature or resource we know. I believe it represents a new kind of resource.
Oh. Well, where is it then?
The mood has intensified, residents clamoring around to see.
We can only find the answer in this area here.
You mean in the depths of the mine?
Winsong gives a slow affirmative nod.
The ley energy is emanating from there. Afterwards, it flows throughout the food chain, passing through all kinds of creatures and materials before eventually returning to its source. Then our new resource is probably somewhere there.
So we need to find it. Then we won't have to put up with Zeno anymore.
The audience sparks up, rippling murmurs turn into a burst of questions.
But do you have any other proof?
He lays out his hands as if expecting Winsong to put something there.
Of course. Remember the critter you found in the mine, Mr. Knut?
Yes. You said it was called,
Hoituk, a subspecies of Kikituk. They live underground and feed on minerals.
That was around the time we had begun to run out of runium.
Is that so? But they were still there. Perhaps even more active than usual. That could only mean they were attracted by some other mineral or energy source, right? And even though I didn't find any further Hoituks during my research, I did find the Olga mutants, one of their close relatives. Since they are social creatures, my discovery must prove the presence of some of these Hoytuks, even if we cannot find them yet.
The surrounding cheers swell again, prompting Evgeny to clear his throat.
But in the end, this is all just conjecture. Are we really going to waste all our time and money on your assumptions? Or can you prove it's something more than conjecture?
I would call it a preliminary conclusion.
Preliminary conclusion.
But could it be endorsed by any authorities or proven theories?
So far, no.
So then it is little more than a fairy tale. Am I right?
I admit, it's a gamble.
Evgeny's now infamous brow furrows once more.
It's never easy to dig, you know. And Zeno has already withdrawn all their own equipment. All we have left in Rayashki are some outdated machines. Besides, Miss Winsong mentioned the critters. Maybe their presence there is some kind of proof, but they are themselves a danger. It is obvious that there will be many more critters there than near the town. And you would have us waste time, perhaps even sacrifice our comrades, to pursue what could just be a fairy tale?
He advances closer step by step. Winsong's mouth opens silently. The look on his face is far too familiar. The moment before the collapse of Leyline Academia. Yes, that is the look. The suffocating weight of questions and regrets.
There is no doubt the cost is simply too high. Who would be foolish enough to dig some holes in the wild just to see if there are critter bones in them?
Harsh sounds of laughter come from everywhere and nowhere all at once.
The answer is very clear. We don't need new kind of geography mixed with arcane. Let's save everybody some trouble. Conclusion: the application for Project Leyline should be rejected.
Agreed. Even cranks can apply for research funds nowadays.
She staggers back, bumping into something solid. A strange yet familiarly cool sensation lands on her shoulder. Villa stands
Keep
behind
moving,
her.
Comrade Winsong. Keep moving. The people of Rayashki don't back down in the face of their problems. Whatever it is, we can fix it together, right? I approve of Comrade Winsong's proposal.
Of course you would.
Me too!
They want to gamble. Her surging ship launches forward, plowing through stubbornness and doubt, never looking back.
That's right. This is not a gamble or a fairy tale.
Her hands tremble as she opens her backpack.
Here's a ley line simulator. It can simulate the creatures on the ley energy map, so we can do further analysis.
Is it able to simulate the critters too?
Certainly. Simulating critters is lesson 1 in the ley line textbook. We can use the simulation to carry out targeted training against the critters.
Looks like the study of ley lines is more organized than I thought. Congratulations, Comrade Winsong. You will have the manpower you need.
Windsong turns as more and more fists are raised into the air.
Turn it on, comrade.
We can't wait.
A deep breath, a glance to confirm that all is ready, then... It kind of looks like a projector, actually. Evgeny instinctively positions himself in front of everyone.
It's like digging the mine all over again.
That was the biggest achievement of my life.
Let's do this, comrades. Digging like this is no easy work.
They roll up their sleeves, pressing forward confidently. Well, we're gonna be up for a boss fight here soon. Oh, yeah, what is this? A training session? Right.
Dental checkup.
Oh yeah, this is a training session.
Relax.
But actual boss fight
begin.
soon.
Ye provoked me.
Time to check my calculation. Oh, there's a bubble.
Ha! That's what you've got!
Huh?
Whew! That was one powerful blow.
The square is now packed by groups of disheveled workers resting after their rigorous exercise. Windsong's back is soaked and her simulator creaks with stress.
I think we can draw our conclusions now.
Creak? Oh, I guess that must be the podium. The old bench groans beneath her boots as she nimbly propels herself onto its narrow back.
Everyone, we have to admit, this is going to be a risky operation, but it's also our last chance to protect our land and our people. We must explore the mine. There will be danger. Yes, some of us may get hurt, but we may also find this new resource and save our Rayashki. For you, for me, for everyone.
There is no cheer that rises to meet her. The only thing audible now is a distant sea breeze
We can already
buffeting.
expect that critters have occupied the mine. We'll just have to work together to drive them away. We dug this mine with our own machines once, and we'll do it again. This is how we've made it so far.
The crowd rises, pulling in together. Windsong looks up and outward. And this is how you start a revolution.
They will always be our children, right? Yuri, you're good at the assembly, huh? Nikita, you're going to be busy with the engines. Valeria, we need you for this cruise.
More and more stars light up. They outshine the twinkling snow. I don't see any falling rocks yet. No falling rocks from the... what do you call this? From the, what the kid said. Back in the square.
Miss Vila, they've been doing strange things.
Father took out a lot of old books, and he spends most of his time looking over his blueprints now. He said they will be the key to saving the town. Shame I can't read those books or help with anything.
My dad was acting strange too. He started fiddling with the bottles from under his bed again.
Bottles under the bed?
But Mom didn't scold him this time. She even took out some of her treasures from the cabinet. Reindeer horn, noisy birch sap, golden teeth seal whiskers. Dad said his potions would keep everyone energetic for a whole day.
Potions?
Even Mr. Miser took out his wand from the safe box.
The children cluster around Vila, pleading for answers. I guess half the town must be Arcanists too. Vila is about to speak when a hurried laboring footsteps interrupt her. Oh, that's Patrick?
Good luck, Comrade Vila.
We've heard about Patrick. Regrettably, his march cannot proceed, as he's now become the children's newest focus.
Mr. Patrick, are you doing strange things too?
The book bag on his shoulder cannot elude the children's scrutiny. It is not a cookbook he carries, but something far weightier.
How to use and maintain model A050, Operation Manual of Model Suka 1562.
The heck is this?
These dusty books, they look older than me.
Yet I think a lot of books are older than you.
These old friends are our textbooks.
Do adults take exams too?
We're doing something far more important than exams, kids. We haven't used these old fellas since Zeno brought the new ones. Most of our comrades don't know how to operate them. Now is the time to put them back into use. Comrade Knut has been teaching us how to use these outdated technologies.
That's right. All the adults have been divided into many groups. Knut is leader of the engineering group, and Pasono's uncle is in the investigation group, while Nina's father has joined the potion group. All of them take part in the creator combat training at dusk every day, and we share our combat experience with each other. And everyone is working hard to explore the mine.
The children burst into questions, seeking the current whereabouts and activity of every single adult they can think of.
Ha ha! We will be able to live on our own without Zeno!
Miss Vila, I want the town to be proud of me too.
Is there anything that we can do?
I have lots of metal toy trains. Can we make components out of them? They can spin and whistle like a minecart.
That's a great idea. I'm sure it will inspire everyone.
No, let them use mine first.
Hands shoot up among the children, each a ready volunteer.
Calm down, children. I know you want to do your bit. But our future needs you. Now your job is to study hard, so Rayashki can rely on you in the future. Understand?
Oh, what about August? We can't find him. He'll be so sad if he doesn't get to have a job too.
Don't worry, Nina. He is helping the town in his own way.
The weird little kid. Where is the weird little kid now?
Ears.
Oh, I guess he's feeding these things? Or not. A gunshot sounds and Kikito swiftly scurries away. Gunshot? What?
Whiskers?
Gunshot? Someone gave the kid a gun? The boy is a conductor of a symphony of arms. Gunfire and the noise of battle follow in the wake of the little sunflower's hand. Someone gave the kid
It's only
guns.
been a few months. Can't believe the monsters have already occupied the whole place.
Well, not a problem as long as we got our mischievous little comrade. He always knows exactly where they will come out.
Things wouldn't have gone nearly as smoothly without him.
I would never have believed he could do this if Comrade Winsong hadn't endorsed him.
Never underestimate any of our comrades, big or small. Do I need to repeat that again?
Of course, Avgus is securely guarded despite his dangerous mission.
Well done, Avgus. You protected everyone.
Protected? But I was just teaching our monster friends how to dance right. They are slow learners.
With a gun?
Yes, that's what we want you to do.
She struggles to match her words to her little friend's own imaginative interpretations.
A performance with the Kikituks. Your job is to tell which critter, which friend is dancing wrong. That's your talent, isn't it? Just like you showed us before?
Wow.
Oh. But what if they dance right? Then they deserve some Alenka chocolate, don't they?
I think we're all Avalenka. Indeed, for all those scattered, many more come slinking behind them. They shadow every mood and a move, intent on what? Doing what?
Our new friend is right beside your boots.
Intent on repelling their intruders.
Yes, will you dance with him?
New friend is right beside your boots.
Watch out!
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe don't dance with these. Probably a bad idea. Just saying.
Did the show begin?
Oh wow, there's like
Get ready to step onto the stage.
groups of threes. What is going on here?
Please, don't resist.
Seems a little bit much.
Illusion is nothing.
There's too much of them. It is a group of three.
Let the show.
It's based like Doug Trio now.
Illusion is nothing.
They are much naughtier than the Foundation's kids.
Oh, someone got hurt.
Back off!
Evgeny surges forward with with white light piercing the last Kikituk's nostrils. White light? Evgeny pushes the carcass aside, allowing blood to drip onto the snow. I guess he has a sword. He fixes intently on Winsong.
There are many more critters than we can deal with here. Many of us are injured. We must retreat.
Faint moans rise from a stretcher, bandages and bloodstains accumulating in a small mound on the snow.
We made the decision to come here together, Comrade Evgeny. We are so close to the depths. We must not give up now.
I know everyone's wounded. But look how far we've gone. It's been worth it, don't you think?
This is all my fault. I'm sorry.
Don't be, Comrade Winsong. You've given us a workable plan and helped us recognize our little comrade's potential. No?
He ruffles Avgus's head.
He's only a child.
He's one of us, Comrade Evgeny. I will keep him safe. We aren't just digging a mine now. If we manage manage to find this resource, no one will have to leave. And we can continue to live together, right?
Still doubtful. I don't blame ya. Scattered applause bursts up like firecrackers until it becomes a thundering display. Rifles, refurbished and polished, rise in harmony with pickaxes and tools.
These wounds are nothing compared to the glory of our future.
Again, I think this is a foolish idea.
He says nothing else and turns to leave without looking back. Well, there's only a couple of chapters left. May as well finish it out. Oh, what's this? Story begins with a melody that echoes through the airspace of the workshop. Dispatch 2 partners with search skills. I don't think I have any of those people. Well, it's done in 20 seconds, so they'd be working. And I guess I can't claim that until they're done. Hard mode. Good thing it's quick. Alright. Raw component, what is this for? Used to rebuild factories? Wait, I was able to make factories all this time? Take the components and make to the appropriate comrade. With my years of experience in mining, I can show you they are still usable. Okay. Maybe they can contain traces of runium, explaining the pristine appearance. In these times of steel shortages, every little contribution counts. I imagine Comrade Vila is with the child right now, making sure they don't miss their lessons. Could it be that the miners have returned to the abandoned mine? Maybe we should take the shorter route to the hotel and let Comrade Evignes investigate. Alright, let's do that. See those people walking in front of the hotel? Are they from Zeno? Let's not talk about them behind their backs. Yeah, I see them. Isn't Comrade Evgeny negotiating with Zeno? They must be looking for him. They left. It looks like Comrade Evgeny isn't here. We'll have to come back later. Tomorrow or the day after, perhaps. Honestly, this is not the way I want to leave this town. I still have scars from shoveling snow on my legs. And we just fixed the windows at home. Who wants to leave just like that? But what Conrad Evgeny said was reasonable, and he is always truthful. You're afraid he'll hear you. We may be close to the meeting room, but I'm not afraid. I wouldn't have made the decision to come here. We weren't afraid in the pioneer days either. What Comrade Vila says is exactly what everyone said back then. The town has been built and we have been living here for a while now. Our days are not as hectic as they used to be, but it is invigorating to see the resurgence of the pioneer spirit after such a long time. Alright, that's the attitude we need. If we walk a little faster, we can still make it back to work on time. So this is the non-battle stage, and then I guess the next one might be the boss fight.
It's me.
Oh, you.
I want to talk.
He sounds tired.
I was just about to look for you, Comrade Evgeny. I've found more details.
He sounds tired.
Here.
Winsong turns away and begins to search through the mountainous piles of documents.
Trust me, they will ease your mind. More or less.
A cold wind rushes between them through the open window.
Let's skip to the point. I want you to stop your research.
What?
Our exploration has only just started, yet many of our people have already been hurt. Can you promise there won't be further injuries or worse before we've found this fairy tale treasure? Your so-called new resource is still unconfirmed, yet the price we've paid looking for it is already mounting. We had other options, safer options for all of us.
The snow has turned to wet rain. It splashes out from the windowsill and onto her as they speak.
We just need to be better prepared. We will arm ourselves with more knowledge for next time.
I know what you're after here. The study of ley lines, right? The people here may be enthusiastic, but they are only laymen. I've spoken with someone who can help you far more.
Oh no. The unhurried steps of expensive boots mark an unfortunately familiar guest.
It is good to see you, Miss Vinsong.
I did not think we would see you again.
Our proud scholar of a budding, if still informal, school.
His expression is genuine and surprised, as though this is the first time they've ever met.
And you, the big shot from Zeno. Should I feel flattered you stopped by?
He feigns obliviousness to Winsong's teasing.
I read your files, as Mr. Evgeny suggested. You know already that Zeno has investigated many arcane cases, and been deployed to many places related to Arcanum. But we have never met anyone quite as obsessive in their study as you are.
What now? Have the big shots decided they are going to trust my studies?
Bertolt smiles. He always smiles, brimming with all the joy of a crocodile.
Well, while I might admire your perseverance myself, no, they're not convinced. We just wonder what you and your school have gained from this long journey.
He looks past her, assessing the mounds of scattered papers.
Enough with the crap.
As you wish. First, I believe you owe Comrade Evgeny some thanks.
Huh?
A fresh letter of recommendation is handed to Winsong.
The less than satisfactory results from your study may not have earned this letter from Zeno. But Comrade Evgeny insisted on us offering it to you. Once you have our recommendation, you will be able to communicate with all the renowned scholars in our lab. Your long wait for recognition will be over. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
His tone is calm. His victory is assured. Or
all
so
I ask
thinks.
is, stop this farce.
Wow, I am so grateful. I think I might cry. All we have to do is wait for Zeno's grace to be bestowed on us. We should be moved to tears by your mercy, no?
Wow, the sarcasm.
Putting aside your sarcasm, I would suggest you consider the danger of throwing away this opportunity. You are wasting time, effort, maybe even lives on some foolish wild goose chase. We can offer the people here a much safer and more feasible way forward. Don't you see?
Bertolt raises an eyebrow. He presents his case less as reason than an indisputable truth.
And what about Rayashki?
He looks at her pitifully.
All things come to an end. It will disappear quietly, overtaken by the wilds of this land, when the time comes. At least, it may leave a small place in the historical records. No offense intended, Mr. Evgeny.
We cannot solve the problems we're having without Zeno's help.
All of these problems will be solved as long as we find this new resource.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Miss Vinsong. As far as Sinnoh is concerned, the value of this land is exhausted, fairy tale resources notwithstanding. Once we've transferred the Arcanists away, Rayashki will be abandoned.
The crocodile smile cracks again, growing annoyed at his now long overdue victory.
We are aware of the danger that staying here poses to these people, and it is our responsibility to save them, whether they wish to resist us or not. That's the only reason for our decision. Understand?
Nein. Wait, that's German. Windsong sets down the ley energy chart, the culmination of her countless efforts without saying a word.
Let's be practical. Sinnoh has many outstanding young people, a strong academic atmosphere, a better future. You will get the opportunity to revive your school of ley lines if you pass the exam.
Strings attached, gotta pass the exam. Her fingers press onto the paper, tracing a newly embossed seal. The carrot is sweeter and more fragrant than before. How long has she imagined this moment? In dim, stuffy basements, in underpaid editorial offices, under faceless, nameless, scrutinizing gazes.
This will be a better choice for all of you.
Mr. Bigshot, could you use your rested brain to think of a more noble reason than consumerism and elitism? Do you really think our desire for a better life is the only reason why we refuse to leave? You used ordinary people as a stepping stone to power and privilege, and even now you take our sacrifices for granted.
Reality is cruel. Not you, not Rayashki, and not even Sinnoh can save everyone. You will have to deal with that. You should take what is to come as an inevitable optimization of our society's development.
I know. Life may still get harder even if we find this new resource. So what?
The defiance in her voice reignites her long-lost courage.
Your brand of elitism may have invaded every corner of the world, but not this town. Not yet.
I see. Most scholars like you hold the same naivete.
They refuse to leave any of their comrades behind, even if the price is their own future. What we would sacrifice ourselves for is not the study of ley lines or any other personal goals, but our dream to thrive together. To live in a bright future we all can share. As for this...
She scrunches up his gaudy recommendation.
I don't need it.
And she refused it once, I think.
A leper never changes its spots.
Bertold leaves his final words hanging in the room, departing without looking back. The crumpled letter rolls out of the window. It lands in the snow, slowly being covered until there is no trace of it left. Will things get better? Windsong, too preoccupied to care, slumps back in her chair, gulping in the crisp air of her new world.
I envy your innocence, Miss Windsong. For many years, I believed that our mission was to change the world. But when I looked up, the gate to the new world was already closed. Little Rayashki just coasted along, and I tried to keep everything the way it was. But I failed. Rayashki is doomed. All our efforts, our will, our dreams, nothing can change the creeping reality. We attempted to achieve something meaningful, something that could make history. But
Evgeny strains to lift his head, his face obscured in a kind of darkness beyond the reach of light.
the spirit of the times stands against what we are building here. Not just Xeno, but the whole world. That's what reality is like. Boring, cruel, disappointing.
The scene falls into a wordless, motionless quiet. After a long while, Windsong rises. She has shed all other burdens and the tantalizing carrot is gone.
You are too pessimistic, Comrade Yevgeny.
He is a kind of pessimistic guy.
Xeno has tried to recruit me several times. Do you know what I've learned from all their efforts? They don't want us to explore that mine. They belittled our efforts, offered pity for Rayashki, and then planned out a promising future for us. Yet they didn't give us a hand, even when our people were injured or died. Do you really think they are so eager to stop us just because they don't want any more sacrifices? Of course not, my friend. A lesson I learned from living in their society. Never do what your enemies want you to do.
She grasps his shoulder, giving it a shake to pull him up to his senses.
Xeno is afraid of us. They are afraid that we may discover a new kindling to relight our fire. That we may burn so brightly that we grow out from their control to create our own future. But they can't have it their way. Rayashki belongs to us, as does the future.
Faint flickers of that fire seem to be there, somewhere in the man before her. Evgeny looks up with a complex expression.
I will give it some thought, Miss Comrade Winston.
Now you're calling her comrade. That took a while. That took a while. Well. Oh, got something else going on here? Hello, gentlemen. Hello, Comrade Xeno. Comrade of Xeno. Comrade. If you're here to see Comrade of Guinea, we can wait a little. Or is there something else important you'd like to discuss? We talked, and Miss Windsong was there. Comrade of Guinea is doing what's best for everyone. We all know that. But I'll tell you, I personally don't want to leave this place, even if he... No, the lady turned down my proposal, and the Comrade of Guinea didn't seem too invested in it either. Isn't Xeno's help good news for all of you? I can't comprehend the reasoning behind rejecting an abundance of food, suitable climate, and comfortable housing. It's not easy to leave something you built with your own hands, comrade. I doubt you've ever experienced living in a home you built yourself, let alone living in this way. Chances are you have never touched freshly mined ore in your life. That's true, gentlemen, but why do you insist on doing everything yourself? It seems our conversation has come to an end. I will stay here until Evgeny arrives and gives an answer, which should be soon. Guess we got a couple of other things. Oh, got a couple of other things. What's this up here? Dealing with the neighbors is something everyone is familiar with, but having an extra person around is always beneficial. Sure. Dealing with neighbors? What neighbors? What neighbors are you talking about?
Join with us, comrades.
Ah, these neighbors. I see.
I will remember the second
show begin.
Keep up the pace.
Time to check my calculation. Ye provoked me.
I thought these neighbors in particular were, you know, peaceful. spicy there or not. They're kind of like attacking us right now.
My calculation. Illusion is nothing.
Overkill.
And divide.
Teeny tiny bit overkill.
I will remember your sacrifice.
Begin.
For you and for us. Sharp fang.
Okay. Oh, what's this? I kind of want to see this one. What is this? Mass buff. Status to self. Okay. You know what? I kind of want to see that.
This shall be my own. Let the show begin.
A brighter future for everyone.
Thy ending is destined.
She's doing something. I have no idea what, though. Alright. Is this last place over here? Patrick. Identical long tables, marching chairs, and potatoes, and even more potatoes. In the past, we had access to tin cans and even jam and flour. It was a challenge to transport supplies, but fortunately the weather was cold enough that nothing spoiled during the trip. Time was not an issue in those days. We had an abundance of it. The little ones used to come and ask for Alenka. While we couldn't indulge their every whim, a treat now and then was fine. Being too strict does no one any good. Had I known the true value of Alenka, I would have been more careful about giving them away. Maybe I could have kept a few. Oh well, too late to regret now. At first, we gathered around a single table to portion out the canned food, meticulously sopping up every last drop of broth. But now there are more tables, but a lot less variety in our meals. It's not like we can go hunting for critters to supplement our meals. Maybe you could. A little dungeon meshy right there. Why can't people live off ore like they do? I have an urge to give a detailed account of my past and present experiences because Rayashki is exceptional. It is the most remarkable town I've encountered, although my travels have been limited. But I'm worried that it will one day disappear. That's for sure. If Conrad Evgeny agrees to Zeno's proposal, this place will soon be a land of snow again. The factories, the machines, everything will be covered with snow, just as it was when we first arrived. I have to remember to write down all the details in case the kids ask me. Oh, wait. What happened there? I want to be able to tell them about everything that disappeared. Of course, it's not going to be written down in any textbooks. There are countless unsung heroes in Rayashki. A place filled with ordinary people just trying to make ends meet. That's the reality of our lives here. Marching March? Marching March? New mine, Rayashki. The steel behemoths rumble. They have plowed through snow, mud, and soil to reach their target.
I haven't done any field investigation of ley energy since our school fell apart.
Winsong puts away her tools, hand trembling slightly.
Don't worry, Comrade Winsong. Look, these stones are still the same stones we've always known.
He catches the worry in Winsong's expression.
And don't be afraid to fail. My father told me that failure is just success and progress.
I mean, you ain't wrong, but...
Even if we cannot find this new resource or save our Rayashki, we've come back here together and worked for our common goal. We have nothing to complain about.
All right.
Whatever the result, we thank you for your efforts. Now, leave the rest to us.
Well, there's gonna be a boss there, just saying. He turns his head and shouts toward the drilling machine.
Comrade Yuri, check the connection status. Don't forget to check the drill, Comrade Yelena.
Relax, it's much easier than opening a can with only your fingers.
The excited queue flows like a steady river. People crowd together, shovels, hoes, and picks ringing out in unison. Magnificent drilling machines emerge up from the snow. They roar as their drills pierce the earth. The stubborn frozen soil does nothing to hinder their progress. Their resonance is a sound that echoes in Winsong's ears, the sound of impassioned unity of purpose and vision. This place is like the square, like the public canteen, like their factory, like every corner of Rayashki. Clearly, it is a scene worth capturing.
Knut had grown a slender arm, one that reached places no one could, and picked up stones there. They are not like the soft, transparent stones from the sky. These are hard, as chocolate.
I don't think chocolate's supposed to be that hard.
I think they are good stuff, too. Villa said we could make them into cans and houses to help the town. But maybe we will irritate the owner of the stones?
The busy adults pay no heed to the child's mutterings. They gathered around the newly collected core samples.
Am I right that this sample is from 100 meters underground?
Yes. Usually we don't need to reach that deep to find runium ore.
Relax, comrades. At least it proves there is something new under Rayashki.
Kinda looks like coal, I don't know.
I have been a miner for 40 years, and one thing I know for sure is this. This is not bedrock.
It's a Kikituk's hair.
Winsong carefully scrapes a colorful powder from the rocks and places it into a test tube.
The black marks are the new resource we're looking for. The red-brown ones are the Kikituks, and the bright yellow ones are their mineral-eating relatives, the Hoituks. The machine will show us the stability of the ley energy in a minute. We are at the source of the ley energy now, so the lines should have been pure.
If my eyes serve me right, I think I see bad news.
Bad news?
You're right. This source is like an estuary polluted beyond recovery. It is carrying too many traces, both from creatures and non-creatures. Besides, the black ore down there seems to have attracted a large number of critters, which has only worsened the pollution. A senior of mine said in his notes that in this case, it will take a push for the core to activate its self-purification system.
I have no idea what that means.
Shoot, we got a big one.
How big is this thing?
Waves! It's seawater! We should have prepared swimming floats. Yes, but the waves won't reach us if we ride this sled.
There's a slight hum from the vibration.
If the ley energy materializes, put in a 7.62 centimeter sea serpent bone, 3 drops of common vervain sap, and 20 milligrams of snail sawfish embryo.
That last one might be a bit hard to get. The Emergency Ley Energy Handling Guide's trial booklet in her hands is thrown to the ground and stamped aggressively. A colored slime continues to ooze out. No longer a mere note in her reference materials, but an observable substance. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Oh, that's a lot bigger than I expected. Oh. He's a big boy. The clever dreamer continues his observation.
It has a beautiful stone on its neck too. Did your father also fall asleep in the mine?
Is that the raw runium ore that Zeno has been looking for? The energy is so pure. No wonder it materialized into such a huge body.
It's kind of big. Drawn in by the spectacle, more creatures emerge from nearby mine shafts. Enticed by the potential for a feast.
Comrades, defense formation. Miners, stay behind us and evacuate.
Comrades, stand with me if you got a weapon. No matter if it's a rifle, a staff, or a shovel. Grip them tight. This is our Rayashki's future we're fighting for.
Yeah, you kind of expect normal people to fight this thing?
We've been waiting for this, haven't we?
That's right.
More weapons are raised, clanging together as they begin their battle march.
Dear comrades, this is the critical moment for our town. No good weapons, no external support, but we have our friends, our family, and each other, who will never leave anyone behind.
Yes. There's nothing to be afraid of. We can always figure it out, so long as we still have hope.
Against this giant thing? Alright, well then, maybe we can put together a team for this. And when they do a balance mode, you know it's gonna be rough. Alright, let me see. Let me see if I can put a team together for this. If that's the case, let's do a quick lineup here. I kinda want to put Ilya in here, but Ilya... Actually, what am I fighting? What am I fighting? When receiving reality damage, critical defense increased. Critical defense decrease for mental. After being attacked, critical rate minus 20% for 1 round. Huh. After attacking, lose HP from self, deal additional damage. After death. Interesting. Alright then. Ilya does not get to make it into the team. She's gonna sabotage us. Alright then. So, what do? I guess the next best thing is just to do a spam comp. Alright, spam comp it is. Where is NSA? Help us out here. This should maybe work. Maybe. Holy crap, that thing is gigantic.
Damn it! This thing is huge!
No duh!
No way. Where are all these little monsters hiding?
The ley energy here is like a feast set out for the nearby critters. None of them can resist the temptation.
They were eating this?
The Kikirns are dancing, the Ijiraks are singing, and the Kikituks are drawing with their breath. Is this their Tin Hat Festival?
There is nothing to be afraid of. We've got our comrades, our weapons, and our spirit.
Victory will be ours, comrades.
Hooray, beans!
Well, how much HP do the ants have, actually? Let me double check that. I don't know if I can just get rid of them just like that. 13,000, 15,000. Do they revive? I don't think they revive. But they do have some nasty effects, so maybe I should get rid of them first, and then we'll work on the other things. Alright, how do I do this again?
The moment of silence.
This.
The moment of utterance.
Another
This.
jar?
And I guess this?
Learn from silence. We walk in long nights.
Let's get it over quick. Uh-huh. There they are.
Okay, one ad down. How about the next one?
The moment of silence.
It's newly made this year.
Should I have Yenise do something? I think it'll be fine.
It could be found.
Should be fine.
Learn from silence.
Enjoy! Intersect and divide. Got you.
Oh, come on, so close. There we go. There we go. Now we can focus on the big guy.
That's the direction.
Heals, heals.
Another jar?
Do we have Yenise do something else?
That's the direction.
Yenise starts. Yenise heals.
It's newly made this year.
And then she goes this. I guess we have Yenise do one more thing then.
That's
Alright.
the direction. Prepare to be drowned. Look, an earth suspended river.
Does this have two phases? Because I feel like this is way too easy.
Rivers are the scars of the earth.
Or maybe I'm just too strong. I can't tell. This could just be really easy.
Let's
Let's try.
The
1,
moment of silence.
2, 3. No kill like overkill.
Benefit from reading.
We made it?
You think so?
Well done, comrades. I knew we could make it.
It's probably a phase 2.
No, something's wrong. Do you feel it too, Comrade Winsong?
Yeah, I had a feeling there was a phase 2 to this thing.
Shoot. The ley energy has sensed danger. It's become even more active. To deal with the pollution of other threats, the system will choose critters with potential and make them into its underlings.
Can we still defeat it this time?
Comrade Vysotsky, do not worry. Look around you. We have got your back.
Calm down. Calm down. Think hard. There must be a weakness to this creature. I can do this.
No, you're wrong, Comrade Winsong. We can do this.
I'll fill the cup for you.
Thank goodness for the follow-up.
Are you a rational member?
The ant's still alive though. It doesn't help me much. Oh, now it's not taking as much damage. Oh, okay, so it's much tougher. I see. Okay.
The flood is coming.
Buff. Target.
Time for tongues to speak of truth.
And then let's get rid of these ads. How do I?
It's newly made this year.
One there. One here.
Another jar?
Worry not. The direction of fate is decided.
The scale of your soul has tilted. The balance needs to be restored.
Got you.
It's kind of tanky now.
Let's get it over quick. It's wrong. There they are.
Never mind, not as tanky as I thought.
Medic, get the wounded to the back. Move!
No! It's not that bad. I can...
Don't push yourself too hard. All of our comrades are willing to fight, so we don't have to leave anyone behind. Trust me. All right. All wounded, fall back. Team 3, take their position. Lay down suppressive fire.
Comrade Vila is right. We won't leave any of our comrades on the battlefield. It'd be a shame if we didn't get to see you cry at the victory celebration.
Got it.
Okay.
The moment of silence.
This is a mess of a board. Holy crap. What am I supposed to do here?
The moment of utterance.
Ah,
Caution
I
of sleep.
can do this.
Really made this year.
Benefit from reading.
Ice flood. You don't want to miss it.
What are these debuffs that it's putting on me? Yeah, we're a little bit overpowered, but still. What are these debuffs that it's trying to put on me? Ah, crit rate resist down. Damage taken reduction plus 70. Okay, so I guess we take less damage the more this thing stacks, but at the same time we take more crit. We're more likely being critted. Interesting. I can see how that's gonna work out in a higher level. Speaking of,
It's newly made this year.
let's see. Guess I'll go ahead and do singles for this one. Oh wait. There we go.
Another jar?
Single, single,
It
single.
could be found. Let's get it over quick. Are you a rational member? Uh-huh. Huh. Oh, there's a bubble.
Oh, I guess I get to see the ult regardless. Ah, okay. I guess if you let it ult, it does.
Demonstration. Coming.
It summons its ads.
It's newly made this year. It could be found. Welcome to the world of numbers. I'll fill the cup for you.
There it goes.
We made it!
Good job, comrades. They will be talking about this day for decades.
I didn't expect that energy from you, Comrade Yuri. See? I don't only build houses, I also build this rock-solid body.
Oh, come on.
Make a head count of the wounded and check our remaining supplies. We will need to work in groups of 3 in case the creatures come back. Thank you, comrades. All of you. The glory goes to every one of us.
So I guess that the thing.
Now, may I have a hand towel?
I guess that thing doesn't just burst into flames or anything like that. It becomes mineable now. The nosy critters have all disappeared, and the strange entity has slumped down. The gathered warriors are exhausted by life.
Did we make it?
I hear little pea shooters.
After we drove the critters away, the self-purification system began to run slower.
Alright, good night.
Haha! Time to go all out. Let's go, comrades.
How about wrapping this up here too? Deafening sounds reverberate all around them. A brilliant red splashes across a snowfield. That's not blood. What is it? Oh, that seems like it's gonna blow.
Comrade Yuri! Get a few more comrades here. We need to move him to the back.
Many comrades are wounded, blood soaking their arms, but their hearts have not faltered. Never retreat, never surrender.
Its energy has not run out yet. What on earth?
So it's
It's
based.
the ore. Don't tell me it's still powering this thing.
I see. So we just break that stone and it's over, right?
The stone on its head, the gigantic stone.
Yes. Theoretically.
With what, a drill?
Leave it to me. I'm the marksman here. Just need to get a little closer. Little closer. Comrade Adrian, Comrade Daniel, and I will go with you. There may be something we can do.
Okay.
Comrades, watch out!
It's kind of big to break, not gonna lie.
Fall back! Fall back!
Bullets fly through the air, their sound like a relentless pounding hail.
Believe! Our attacks cannot break the stone at all!
Gotta get that drill.
Comrade Winston! What is going on?
The red splashes around them, so vivid against the white snow, halt her words.
The cycle of ley energy is long. It may take months, years, or even longer than that to return to its source. As long as that ore remains on its neck, the ley energy will continue with the purification until it wipes out everything around.
Winsong's voice is low, despite the din of battle.
So all we can do is wait?
For our own safety, we'd better stay out of this area until it completely returns to the source. I should have seen this coming. I'm so sorry.
Surrounded by fallen comrades and dark red streaks, Winsong attempts to conceal the fear in her voice. The wind rises, sharp and howling.
Comrade Patrick, Comrade Nikita, you're not down yet, right? Anyone else? We still got the digger, the crane, and our own string. Let's try harder. It's nothing more than a stupid stone. We can do this. That's our last chance.
Rough hands stubbornly rise once more, defying the cold wind and danger. Trickles of blood seep down their arms from cuts and wounds. Warm words cover them like a bandage, offering some solace to their pain.
Stop this senseless sacrifice, Comrade Knut. It's pointless to keep going.
But to save Rayashki is also your dream, no?
Our little one from afar swore she would unite all of us, no matter who we are or where we're from. We must keep all that in our minds. How can we give up now?
The massive creature stands unmoving, like a unyielding mountain.
I'm so happy I came here and made friends with all of you, comrades. You each have a kind heart and a strong will. Before I met you, my dream was only a joke to the other self. But you've shown me it isn't unreachable. Now it feels so real and heartwarming. Sometimes I almost forget that you see the fins and scales on my body. That's why I don't want you to sacrifice yourself for nothing. I don't want to lose you.
Her smile is a ray of light breaking through the clouds.
What we want is to stay together. That's why we're fighting to save Rayashki, right?
sure to.
These swans have lost their feathers. Are we still able to reach the sky?
Farewell, Rayashki. That's why it says. Snow begins to fall. And what? Snow begins to fall as if casting a veil over the dead. Over Rayashki. The roar of the wind grows, but there is something else groaning with it. Clouds are pushed aside, and a distorted voice calls out from above.
I must thank you, Puppet Windsong. You've rekindled something in me, in us, and you hope, just as you promised.
What the heck is he doing?
I will tell you that I read some papers on your ley lines after that night. It holds some great ideas, I admit. You and Rayashki deserve a better future.
What's he doing? Did you get a plane from somewhere? Oh wow, I don't think I've actually... No, we have seen an FMV in this game before. What are you doing?
Wow, sea swallow, our brave friend.
Oh, he's doing what I think he's doing. Okay.
Comrades, I want you to know, I recommended you to Zeno only because I was worried for your future. I did not want you to be stuck in a dying town.
Evgeny?
And it gives me pain to see how brave and determined you all have been. I won't let any of you die here.
Evgeny, what are you doing?
The sad thing is, I took a very different path long ago. But what does it matter now? Rayashki is proud of you. I am proud of you. You will continue to build
no,
the
he's
new
gonna do
world
it.
of your dreams. Our dream. No matter where or when. I will always be there with you. Seize the opportunity. Vila, Windsong, my comrades!
Oh, that's what the kid sees. Oh, that's what the kid sees in his eyes. Oh my gosh.
Природа — это числа и черты.
Well, I guess that was the only way out, huh? The trails of the old machines wore deep in the frozen ground, forming a raised pathway that led up and away from the scene. And what now? The children finally coming to grips with what they've seen begin to cry.
Comrade Evgeny.
Do fish mourn? Can a rusalka cry? No one can really answer this question. Yet, around the rusalka, a ring of salty water seems to rise.
К черту! This is not fair! Just because he was the only pilot here doesn't mean he could make that decision alone. We should have had a boat.
We fixed that fighter together. That soul left us behind.
But he will always be our comrade, right?
Time appears to stand still as all present stand unmoving, unspeaking. Until one and then many trembling hands rise triumphantly into the sky.
To Comrade Evgeny, salute!
But where is the sea swallow?
It's gone. Bye-bye.
He flew into the future, child. The future will all reach one day.
That's one way to put it. That's one way to put it. To be continued in the last chapter. There's still more little things here? You're here, Comrade Vila. Comrade Winsong and Comrade Raisa helped me take the children home. It took some time. What did you find? Comrade Evini once mentioned that he kept some things in the cabin in the meeting room. He said to take them out when the time was right. Here, this is all of it. What is it? Some vodka? Evgeny had always been a man of action, straightforward and efficient. It seems obvious that this would be reflected by the state of his locker. That said, Vila is taken aback to find only a small iron box inside. Steadying a tremble in her hand, she picked up the box. Is this the box that was supposed to be? The teacher lifts the lid, taking out the letter inside, taking a deep breath before reading aloud. If you are reading this, and so I am gone. Don't waste your time on tears or anger. So typical of Evgeny. Within this box are plans for Rayashki's reconstruction and development. I know that my perspective is limited, yet it is my hope that these plans may provide the town with some direction in my absence. Our primary focus must be the exploitation and administration of our resources. I've listed those I consider most feasible to pursue and the potential trade value, as well as listing any necessary precautions. Once our future is secure, look to the maintenance of the town's infrastructure, and if possible bolster security starting with regular patrols at locations frequented by critters. Another thing, I've spent some time collecting scraps and spare components of runium left over from the factories. You'll find them in this box. I made some further notes from before all this seemed inevitable. You'll find them detail my work journal on the desk. I know that many among you will never trust them, but please do not discount the possibility of cooperating with Zeno. Remember, our priority must be survival. I wish for all of you great things and victory in our coming trials. Know that I salute each and every comrade. For Rayashki, for our future, Evgeny. The letter ends there. Even in the letter, he always has been our comrade Evgeny, stubborn to the end. It was a fool's hope that he'd show a little heart. No, it's not like him. You're wrong, Knut. This was his heart. Comrade Evgeny always put the town first. But then perhaps he had too much to say, and certainly there was not enough time. Come on, let's pull ourselves back together. We'll need to retrieve his journal. I will share this letter with the others later. Comrade Evgeny was right. We must start making plans for Rayashki's future. One careful fold after another. Vila places the letter back into the box and closes the lid. Come on, comrade. Okay, once we're done though, let's head to the cliffside and give that stubborn bastard an earful. Speaking of, now that we're getting steady shipments again, we might bring out some vodka for him too. Alright then. Comrade Evgeny left us a map that could help rebuild Rayashki. Really? We're doing this now? We're doing this now? Okay, well, go to the school first. Build this up, I guess. Dispatch, 20 seconds. With teaching experience. Do I have anyone with teaching experience? Hold up, I think I know one. But do I have two? Not that it matters. Oh, I guess we do have two. Never mind. Like I said, not that it matters. Okay, how about over here? Drive these ones away. And here I thought I was done with a little bit of story here.
Keep up the pace. Are you around to remember? Enough!
Might as well clear out the stragglers now. Holy crap, I don't have many attacks here.
Could be found. We share the same dream.
May as well.
Fall is above all.
To a brighter future for everyone.
Still don't know what this is supposed to do, though. What is this supposed to do? Incantations are enhanced. Ah, I see. What does this do? One mocks in Eureka to a target. Ah, I see. Alright, I guess that goes to you. And then attack. Attack.
Let the show begin.
And then I guess we get a buff here? Or maybe a heal?
I will remember your sacrifice.
Fall is above all.
Enough!
Together, we are fearless.
I guess she only gets the buff for as long as she's not hit. Or maybe up to 3 turns, I'm not entirely sure.
Foolish!
There we go. Took a little bit more than 10 seconds. Pick this up. And then I guess what's going on here? Town Square meetup. That's a lot of words. I'm not reading that right now. I'm just gonna pick this up. Comrade Vila frequents this place, always looking great in her provender dress. I taught her how to sew, and other comrades would bring piles of torn coats and socks for us to mend. This is something I've always done. No matter how catchy our slogans are, we still need clothes to wear and bread to eat, right? The rest is not within my realm of concern. Thankfully, Comrade Vila has been diligently caring for the children. My main worry was that once the teachers were gone, there would be no one to check on them and ensure they were looked after. Leaving children to run amok on the streets will not lead to their healthy development. I'm very grateful that she's here. This place has become a second home to me. Despite the challenges and endless tasks, I feel content knowing that our efforts benefit our fellow comrades. This experience is priceless to me. Anyone who has ever sat at a long table sharing butter and conversation with people from different countries and working together to form friendships would understand the value of this way of life. It has a powerful effect, my friend. It reminds me of dark bread, rough but filling. Whether it is Comrade Vila or Comrade Evgeny, I trust in their abilities. This town will not simply disappear. Rayashki will always be here, steadfast and unwavering. There's the epilogue, I think. The final chapter. Snow and the Others. New mine. The unsupported ley energy returns to the earth. The soil is smoothed out, a canvas for a new painting.
Take heart, comrades! Everything he did was for Rayashki.
We shared the same dream, didn't we? To do all we can for the good of the people.
She faces towards the silent cliffs.
Reporting. Drilling rig clear. Ready for new exploration.
He stomps firmly on the ground beneath his feet.
That's the spirit. We must keep going. Only period.
Let's get some wiggles. What?
Yuri, start the machines.
On it!
A loud call resounds, and the huge drill churns once more. The steel behemoths roar, their sound covering up the sorrow and gloom of the moment. After some time, the children carefully and cautiously approach the cliff's edge. August bends down, placing his sunflower on the edge, as tenderly as a mother tucks in their child.
Take this. It's my best friend. I think it will be glad to have another best friend.
I will become a great hero like you. It's a promise. A man's promise.
Don't do it like that though, kid. Don't be an hero.
Why are your feathers wet, Piotr? You have water on your face, Miss Winsong. Can kids still cry after they grow up?
I should have known. The abnormal fluctuation of the ley energy and how much of an attraction it is to the critters. I should have noticed they were different from my theory.
Her words are met by murmurs, but a familiar hand wraps her gently.
At least this experience will be valuable for the study of ley lines, won't it? Take it in and make something of it. I am sure it will be of more help in the future. You're not only doing this for yourself or for me, but for those who sacrificed for all of us.
Well, what is that?
We found it! This must be the new resource.
A stream of black rocks rises from the pile one by one. In a short time they are picked up and passed through countless hands. The air is thick with black dust that covers coats, gloves, boots, and faces. Is it coal?
Coal!
It is coal!
It is coal! We did it!
This is our coal! Comrades, we will use it to cook our meal tonight.
And it will be the best meal I've ever had!
Is that so, Comrade Nikita? You got a problem with my food, huh?
I made a rough estimate. The resource here should last hundreds of years.
Hundreds, you say? Bold claim.
For the first time in history, the theory of ley lines has been verified.
There is no doubt your work deserves a fair assessment now.
Thank you for your help, Miss Vila.
We achieved this together, didn't we?
Of course.
Cheers travel forward and back over the crowd and out into the boundless tundra. They echo against the cliffs.
The glory goes to every one of us.
Their joy reaches back to the town, carried in by the victorious comrades in arms. Unfortunately, their now unwelcome guests seem unable to share in the enthusiasm. Xeno people? Because I feel like it's Xeno people.
I'm very glad to see you again, Miss Vincent.
Are you? You don't look glad at all.
I admit, I underestimated the people here. Especially you, Miss Vinsong. The great heroine who found coal deep beneath the town, huh?
So, did I manage to ruin Zeno's little plans?
We'll take that as a yes. Her sharp tongue breaks the cool of the no longer smiling crocodile.
We have nothing left to do here. Zeno will leave soon. I know we disagree on many things, our future included. Still, Zeno looks forward to working with you again, hopefully in a more friendly way.
He extends his hand on his own initiative.
I hope so too. You don't want to be embarrassed by another lowly researcher again, do you?
Bertolt's hand awkwardly hangs in the air, unanswered.
Goodbye, Miss Vinsong.
Kept him hanging.
Wait. I have one last question.
Please, I'm at your service.
Oh, now you're at your Now you're at service.
Zeno confirmed the existence of Hoituks in Rayashki months ago, but you just took care of them without letting anyone know. You already knew there would be a large reserve of coal here, didn't you?
Yeah, but the little pebbles on the feet. He shrugs and leaves without another word. To be continued. I thought we were done. What else is left to be said? I've always believed we can dig through frozen layers and find ways to survive here. Even when the harsh northern winds gnash their teeth, we can overcome any challenge. Xeno will have its own specific guidelines I doubt I'll be able to adapt to. But just like this particular component, we are already refined and capable enough. Yes, we can live on our own without relying on other leaders. Let me be honest, I am not much of a fighter. The only tools I know how to use are a wrench and pliers. But when push comes to shove, I will make do with whatever I can get my hands on. We need weapons to defend ourselves, and we are not afraid to use them. It is crucial for children to explore the world. I came here at a young age, on a whim with a friend. We had no experience in sharpening workpieces or handling raw materials. Now my skills are highly valued in this community. We did not come to Rayashki to have fun. They've got it all wrong. After people leave, new inhabitants arrive? Well, I guess we gotta clear out these guests really quick. Oh, we cannot adjust the position. I guess that means... What do you want? Let me make this a little bit quicker then.
Let's go. I walk fast. Can I start running? Another jar?
Let the show. Haha.
Let's clear this group out a little bit quicker. That's way too many support skills. That's way too many support skills in Q.
Another jar? Begin. Got you.
There we go. Hello Rayashki. From goodbye Rayashki to hello Rayashki. The people gather again. This time, though, there are no more disputes, no resentment. There's a gathering of joy.
After thorough discussion, the people of Rayashki have made their final decision.
To do what?
I stand here to declare the future direction of Rayashki. As of today, Rayashki will be no longer affiliated with any organizations, and all factories dedicated to processing of runium ore will be shut down.
What are we going to do for work, Sam?
I don't want to sit around at home living on benefits.
Benefits?
There will be many things to do, Comrade Valeria. As the elites above us struggle for power, we, ordinary people, suffer in darkness. But now, there will be a new source of power, one built to lift up the people, not to take from them. And it will run on Rayashki coal. We will start new factories in Rayashki and explore the possibilities of working with other coal producers nearby. We will mine with our own hands and feed ourselves.
Maybe we can even build a dock and sell our products far away.
The people chatter excitedly.
We will raise a new banner above Rayashki, one welcoming all ordinary people to come to a livable place with abundant power and job opportunities for their future.
So it's now a cold town. Okay. Arms and smiles intermingle, then a rising wave of applause. Rising wave. The wave washes over everyone, including Windsong.
What about your plan, Comrade Windsong?
I think I'm going to stay for a while.
You need to know that for now, we must tighten our belts. Everyone's rations must be cut for some time until Rayashki gets back on its feet.
The researcher does not waver, not in the slightest.
At least for now, the study of ley lines belongs here, not in the fancy halls and symposiums of human academia. This place still holds many possible research avenues, monitoring the changes in the environment, further detailing the local ley energy map, maybe even studying the mutation of the Kikituks. I must finish them to further develop the study, before it is ready for academia again.
Then it sounds like you may be with us for a long time yet. Good.
They exchange smiles.
And don't forget, you're expected to cut the ribbon at the ceremony.
Ceremony? Ribbon cutting? What? An enthusiastic hand reaches out to Windsong once again. Now, the little Arctic town is covered with a strange mix of black coal soot and bright yellow flowers, a warm wind blowing over every inch of soil. It blows like blood through snow-white skin and fluffy pores, a scene like a hand-drawn picture. Oh hey, sunflowers. Windsong walks alone through the town, feeling the energy of the earth beneath her. Townsfolk pass her. They nod and greet her with hopeful smiles.
Miss Windsong, I want to apologize for being rude to you during class.
Rude? When did this
I'll bring you
happen?
some friendship cheese next time. To apologize. I promise.
You will always be our comrade. Hats off to you.
In the distance, children cluster around a vibrant field of sunflowers.
Miss Windsong, I think we performed very well at the ceremony.
Ceremony? It's a different ceremony? The boy, bright as any other sunflower, waves her as he hops joyfully in the snow.
Will you come teach us again?
We want to learn more too.
Same here.
Miss Windsong, the sunflowers we planted are blooming. We protected the town.
Windsong wants to say something, but a sudden creaking draws up her attention. She looks up to see a construction crane looming over the town. So bright. Okay, my eyes are. Changing out the a new coal refinery, a school, a hockey field, and dormitories. In the boundless future ahead of Rayashki, these buildings will be like speckled grains of sand cast over the tundra. This is pretty much like a
We
movie,
begin
isn't
the
it?
next chapter of Rayashki today. I'm so glad we will build it together. Привет, Rayashki.
What did they replace it with? It looks like a bear. To be continued? What do you mean to be continued? I thought that was the end of it. I guess it wasn't an epilogue. I thought that was an epilogue. Let's see. Did not notice the changes in Rayashki, but change is inevitable and ongoing. He was holding on to memories when things were rough and tough. In those days, the square didn't even exist. We painstakingly dug it out with shovels and carried each stone ourselves. No one expected Rayashki to end up so beautiful. We were never ones for making plans or dreaming big. We simply rolled up our sleeves and got to work. Now Rayashki might change once more. What will it become? Everything is changing so fast, but we have a pool and a school. It all seems to have been built in the blink of an eye. As soon as a project is completed, the difficulties and sacrifices made along the way are quickly forgotten. The immense sense of accomplishment makes us believe that all the hard work was worth it. I don't want to leave. I'm afraid I'll change faster than this town did. Those who come back later feel like strangers themselves. It's incredible, isn't it? How things can change in what feels like an instant. It's a little scary. Alright, construct this. Really? We gotta do this now? Alright. I think I kind of remember how to... Oh, you told me the answer. Well. Black diamond ores limited. Please collect promptly. I see. And this is where we make more gears. Here's how we can reconstruct the town. Ah, I see. Right, this is extra rewards for me to do another time. Factories, ores, and Rayashki. To me, Rayashki seems more like another name for runium. Perhaps it is because I am the one responsible for sifting the ore. While most people came here with grand ideals, I simply signed my name on the list without much thought. It wasn't long before I found myself stepping off the train and into this unfamiliar land. Fortunately, aside from the wild critters roaming about and stubborn terrain, life here has been relatively simple. Regardless, it's all laborers' work. I understand that even critters have to eat and survive. I forgive them. But back to here and now, the factory is finally complete, and we have surpassed our wildest expectations. These accomplishments are not gifts from some higher power, but of our own making. These are true miracles, not bestowed by any divine entity, but created by our own hard work and determination. Just take a look around. There was a time when I felt nothing, but going through the motions of everyday life. But now I finally feel like I am making a difference. It may not be extraordinary, but it's more than most people achieve in their lives. Yes, I couldn't have done this alone. It's a rare opportunity to find others willing to work alongside you, swinging hammers and building something meaningful together. I hope to turn our experiences here into a legend, like the stories of Comrade Evgeny, with a little exaggeration, of course. Young people need these legends to inspire them. So let's raise a glass to the new factory and all that we have accomplished here together. Oh, there's another thing here? Okay. To the descendants. They have a lot to say, apparently. The river of time has moved swiftly in the passing months. Rayashki is bustling with the sounds of a busy and hopeful community. Crowds of people, lively and spirited, weave to and fro. And that is a pool. A disheveled figure hurries into the scene.
Oh, thank goodness. I was hoping you'd be here. Oh, Is this a bad time?
I'm guessing this is for Vila? Right. She still has legs like that.
No, it's all right. Have a seat. I'm not a pure Rusalka. As you can see, I must get in touch with water every once in a while to replenish my power from the ocean.
Hello, Comrade Vila.
It's been a while, Comrade Winsong. They say you're working hard in the mine, and the study of ley lines is getting popular among the workers.
They have helped a lot. My research on the environment wouldn't have gone nearly so smoothly without them. It's given a second life to my studies, and it is growing so well. It has even gained some recognition beyond Rayashki. I'm truly happy that I came here.
I never thought the Comrade Winsong would be so bashful over her accomplishments. I thought you were more stubborn and confident than that. I'm only teasing, Comrade. It's a matter of fact that you're not as fearless as you pretend to be, isn't it? That's why we must all stick together to make up for each other's weaknesses and make Rayashki proud. Sorry, speeches have become an occupational habit.
Fine, you got me. But it's not a big deal. Just as you are not quite the gentle and demure school teacher that you appear to be. Are you, comrade?
She's pure support, though.
We're even.
Winsong clears her throat and hands the letter to Vila.
Actually, I've come to say goodbye.
And now it's goodbye.
Laplace has invited me to give a lecture for their European branch. They want me to give a lecture on how I combined environmental analysis with the Arcanum based on what we've done here in Rayashki.
Sounds like a very promising new beginning for your studies.
How are things going in the town?
We are getting more visitors now. It seems people are eager to see something different.
I'm sure they will.
We've also begun cooperating with many governments and agencies near us, including the Foundation. They hope to carry out some short-term training on the Arcanum for the children.
Another letter is passed on.
What's this?
Open it. It's from the Foundation. Mr. Nameday invites me to visit the Foundation and discuss further cooperation. The children are also waiting for me there.
Oh, the children went over to
It
that
seems they
place.
mentioned you all the time during their training. Did we miss the ley line exam? The Foundation has all sorts of incredible things.
Like biting coins, noisy coal balls, a glass pen with rainbows inside. So much fun!
I've mastered a lot of incantations.
I missed the town and everyone.
Yeah, we miss Comrade Alyonka, Comrade Blinchik, and Comrade Piroshki.
They say we will be able to go home in a few months.
Few months.
I must master the most powerful arcane skills by then, so I can use them to protect the town.
We'll transform into sea swallows. Then we'll be able to fly and fly to far, far away.
He's a little special, isn't he? He's still a little special even now. Ouch. What was
because
that?
Linska University Hospital received a rare case today. The patient's veins irreversibly transformed into electric wires. As of 1800, all arterial, venous, and capillary tissues throughout the patient's body have undergone necrosis. The directors said they would invite more professionals to the consultation to decide on further research direction. Global Variety News has claimed the case may become one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the era. They started a new column to analyze possible compatibilities between the patient's new wired veins and different appliances.
The heck? What the heck?
Please stay tuned for more details.
The Flying Carpet Travel Agency is starting a tour around Northern Europe, where you will be able to see the breathtaking Aurora Borealis, pet fluffy keycairns, and even enjoy a flying carpet race. The destination of our tour is Rayashki, a mysterious town, the warmest place in the Arctic Circle, sitting atop many rich veins of coal. When you get there, we suggest that you abide by the town's wishes and work to earn what you need instead of buying it, though this is not an obligation, of course.
A working
But
holiday.
why not have a try when you're given the opportunity to experience a new and better lifestyle? Trust me, you won't be disappointed.
Ouch. Is this supposed to be paper?
Where should I start,
That is
dear
paper.
readers? Rayashki is like a sparkling gem embedded into the permafrost, and above lies an eye-catching banner. Perhaps it will draw even more attention in the future. Through the past decades, the citizens there have been trying to achieve something different for themselves. A great cause, which may take the work of generations to achieve. But now, they are no longer a nameless town in the far north, nor is their dream a passing fad bound to be forgotten. I sincerely hope all of us will be able to witness its history and its future. That's why I knew I must write down this story, in the hopes that their dream will remain in your heart forever.
Is that it? The end. Actually says the end this time. So I guess I've been covering up the to be continued in the end this entire time. Anyway, that took a lot longer than I expected, so I think I'm gonna have to end it right here. But yeah, I just basically wanted to give you guys a little taste of what Reverse 1999 is like if you have never seen it before. But yeah, it's very much a collection of vibes, a collection of stories that may be a little bit weird compared to a lot of other things you may have seen before. But, you know, I do like the vibes here. I do like the vibes here. I don't know if I'll stream this game again just because the story bits, the events take such a long time. But I'll probably play it a little bit off stream, more like every so often. So yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what to do for Tuesdays. Maybe we'll have Blue Archive twice a week again. We'll see. We'll see. But for now, guys, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for watching. And thank you for making it this far. I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.